2 of Worlds in Peril, a superhero role-playing game powered by the Apocalypse. That's going to get real confusing real fast, so this is just week 2 from now on.
I have it written as week 1 because it's our first week of streaming, so...
Going to get real confusing real fast.
Yep.
Alright.
We had
Yeah,
Good
whatever,
run.
we'll figure this out next week. This is our first real gameplay session. And we'll do a real quick roundtable, introduce the players and the characters, because this is the first time anyone's ever seeing of them. They're really first time they've seen each other, too. So we'll start let's look at how it goes in Worlds in Peril. We'll start with Demos.
All right. My name's Luke. My character is Demos. He is a subterfuge superhero. He can move into walls and through walls and kind of through any real, I guess, kind of object or kind of real span or anything like that. Cables that are big enough for him, things like that. He can move through, and yeah, so it's a really useful espionage kind of power, and it'll be fun to play.
He's breaking up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear that too.
Well, I guess real quick we'll move on to...
Is it not working so well?
Yeah, it's breaking up. So.
You're a bit robot-y. Hopefully it just passes. Next up we have Frostbite, played by fast-talking, silver-tongued ad man Harold McGregor.
Yeah, icing stuff over. He's working on skating. Skating around town, but he's not the best at it just yet. And he'll get there. He can make stuff pretty cool, particularly his drinks. And he's a generally pretty cool guy, that Harold McGregor. I think he's gonna go far as Frostbite. I don't know what else. I guess we're not really doing background, so that's...
Yeah, sounds good.
Harold in his day job as an ad man, and basically living the classic superhero life.
Awesome. Can't wait to see where he gets up to next. Ford Quantum, our mind mage. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself.
Okay. Hi. So, I'm Eeyore, and the Mind Mage is a non-mentalist. He comes from an as yet unidentified point in the future, and was sent back to prevent what he claims are multiple competing apocalyptic events. His powers allow him a deep understanding of people around him, what motivates them, what they think about, and is expert at using this knowledge to manipulate others. With a care for using his power primarily to try and protect the world.
Awesome. I've been playing Life is Strange, which is all about a game about time travel and how the little choices you make can affect things in ways you didn't predict. So I'm excited to explore that concept some more with Mind Mage. Last and certainly not least is our stream host, playing the character Scorpio.
I'm Griffin, or definitely not Griffin, depending on which one you want to call me by. I'm going to be playing Scorpio. high school senior named Alan who, while doing some research, was exposed to something in a lab accident and survived by manifesting some scorpion powers that saved his life. But now they're kind of messing with the life that he has because he's not the best at controlling them just yet.
Cool. So, I believe we left off with an ominous warning from Mind Mage.
Real quick, who are you?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I'm nobody. I don't play a character. Don't laugh, Griffin.
All right, there we go.
I'm Seth, and I'm our MC slash editor-in-chief slash dungeon master slash all those different terms that get thrown around. I'm really looking forward to playing a super-powered, powered by the apocalypse game and seeing what kind of trouble we all get into together and seeing how these characters grow and develop over time. Because that's what makes superheroes interesting. Yeah, so we left off last session with a quick recap of Deimos, Scorpio, and Mind Mage all managed to find their way to the same place, which was Scorpio's former research lab, where he was doing as of yet unknown research, but seemingly unrelated to his accidents. They were all there because the cover-up story didn't sit right with them, and they wanted to investigate further, each for their own reasons. And they met up, and they discovered a video that they detected and identified a member of a cult known as the Order of Ouroboros. Our session ended with Mind Mage warning the other two players that the Order of Ouroboros, if left unchecked, can and will bring about the end of the world.
And by those two players, you mean Deimos and...
Yes. Deimos...
what's
Harold...
your name, Deimos? What's your character's name?
Demos for now.
Well, what's his human name?
Gregor.
Gregor. That's why
Okay.
he likes. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he's a fan of He's a fan of Harold McGregor already.
Gregor and Alan, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So one thing we still need to do as part of character creation is a thing called bonds. They're not incredibly well defined in this game compared to perhaps Dungeon World. But essentially, each character will have a bond with another player character, and then a certain other number based on a stat they chose at character creation. And those bonds can go to family members, loved ones, friends, your bartender that you're a regular at, so you're always talking. Anyone that you might have developed a relationship over the course of your backstory. And these bonds, what you can do with them is you can burn one. And what burning a bond does is it lets you guarantee the success of a roll. So if you roll and you hit a less than 7, so a miss, it becomes a partial success. If you roll a partial success, it becomes a success. And if you roll a success, then, well, it doesn't really get advanced. The thing is, you have to declare you're burning a bond before you make the move. So you can't wait until afterwards and find out, oh, I needed to be successful. And then when you burn a bond, either right then or sometime later in the session, we will figure out what that actually means. So maybe it meant ignoring a phone call from your girlfriend while you were in the middle of this fight, and so you're left with all kinds of accusatory voicemails or something like that, and your relationship has now suffered harm because of your actions as a superhero. Or it could be you have a bond with the city, and in burning the bond, you kick a guy so hard that like it trashes City Hall or something like that. There's lots and lots of different ways that these bonds can be burned, but they represent your relationship with whatever it is having deteriorated. So the key number for the number of bonds you have is, it was on page 89 of the rulebook, and it was how your ease of fitting in with others. You can either have 6 extra, 5 extra, 3 extra, or 1 extra on top of the 3 you get from player characters. Based on if it's occasionally difficult, frequently difficult to fit in with others, if you have an extremely hard time forming lasting relationships, or if you're actively ostracized by most.
So what's the frequently difficult bonus?
I don't know if I kept these.
I can go look it up.
Sorry, what did you ask? You just broke up.
Oh, the frequently difficult bonus bonds.
Yeah, that would be 5.
So 5 bonds plus the 3 for
Plus
the...
3, 8. Yeah, I wrote it down for you.
So yeah, I have 8. But that means I should only have 5 total for all of my other things that aren't players, right?
Yes, yeah, you start with 1 each of the player characters. And then you get to define them. The city and the police force are 2 common ones that the book kind of defaults to, but by no means are you limited to that.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a neutral bond, so a bond of 0, it just means you're not on their radar and they're not really on yours. So I imagine Demos would probably have like a 0 with the city. Harold McGregor might have a slightly
they'll show
stronger
me
one
some
with the
love.
city.
Yeah. They'll show Harold some love.
He's an important person.
Kind of. How many bonds do I have? I know I have
Okay.
the maximum.
So that would give you 9.
I have 9 bonds.
There we go. I fixed mine because I had mine set up to have 8, not counting player characters because I messed that up, but I fixed it.
Ah, yes.
Wow, why do you have so many?
No, I
8
only
not
have 8
counting
including. I have 8 including player characters. I messed it up the first
Oh.
time.
I was like, whoa, you got a lot of bonds.
No, you have the most if you went with the 6 extra. And I can't remember what we said for Ford. Well, maybe I can if I look at his powers. We go with frequently difficult or extremely hard to form lasting relationships. I suppose it can still be changed too. We're still defining this guy, figuring out who he is. The difference is basically you would get to add an extra simple and an extra difficult power into your powers profile.
Oh, yeah, and I have a thingy. I have a drive.
Yeah. I have you down with the
That's-
drive of Inspire. And we were also, I think, saying you had one. You were kind of working towards the 2 of them, right?
I have the drive. Yeah, I'm working on. Yeah, for become an icon, I have an eye for danger because I like almost died or something, and I'm working on redeeming myself.
Okay, yeah.
Right now, I just have the protect drive.
Okay. Yeah, that become an icon makes a lot of sense for you. Because it's kind of like you're at this point where you're kind of like a whole crisis of identity, right? Where, you were this ad man and now all of a sudden you have like the legacy of a really powerful, really famous, and really like kind of beloved superhero on a worldwide scale. And correct me if I'm wrong, but he's kind of feeling the pressure of having to live up to that.
Well, it's tough. He's not super skilled, but he still considers himself an ad man. But at the same time, he kind of feels bad,
Yeah.
And he does want to advance, the branding. We gotta keep McGregor Industries alive somehow.
Absolutely. Mulberry and McGregor. I feel like it should have like 4 names or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Then I'll have to make bonds for each of those people.
Yeah.
I guess I can't. I
Sterling
got a
Cooper,
million.
Draper, McGregor.
Yeah.
Now you can do it however you want. You can have bonds with girlfriends, family. Maybe there's an orphan that you've befriended, and you're like visiting at the local children's hospital once
So how do I
every few weeks or something. Could be
how do I
anything.
How do I construct these bonds? I just cook them up.
Yeah, for the most part, it's
Is there a
It-
page
it-
where I can find this sort of information?
yeah. What was the bonds on? Like 89 or so? No. $117.
117. Okay. Let's see here.
So, they're just essentially they're like things and people that are important to your character's life.
Mm-hmm. And these are all positive things. I don't have to make like negative ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want an extra bond point, you can make him a negative one, though.
I don't know if you can.
Oh, maybe I should do that.
You told me to. I could
I would
do that
have an
in
infinite
character creation.
Oh.
So I have like 1 negative, and then I got to put like an extra point in somewhere else.
Whatever. That sounds fun. Negative bombs can only be more interesting.
I have
That's-
one very important one. I think you remember it now.
I don't.
That sounds like your shenanigans.
Well,
Yeah.
you can look at
one
my character sheet if you want. It's there.
And I do think, I think I said something otherwise last week, but thinking about it, I do think you'll actually be able to burn bonds into the negative. I'll have to double check if the rules specify, but for right now, that's my ruling: is if you have a bond of 0 and you burn it, it just becomes negative. That's Mr. Incredible and the little kid at the beginning of the Avengers, and he burned it into negative, and it became, what's his name? Syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
Bonds.
Didn't say a bunch for 117. It's just like you have bonds.
So when did the Incredibles join the MCU?
I caught that too.
Probably whenever Disney
I don't
decided.
know about 2.5 years ago when Disney bought Marvel.
Yeah, probably.
Were they actually in the MCU?
No, but you said Avengers, not Incredibles,
Oh.
when you were saying the movie title.
Yeah.
Let's see. That'd be funny if there was a reference to them, though.
Then there's get 1 bond point automatically.
What?
So like that's how these extra. Do I get extra bonds or extra bond points? Like, is there a difference between those two things?
You start. So
You can
you have what's called the bond threshold, which is 3 plus that number you start with. And at the start of this game, so where we're at right now, you have as many bonds as your bond threshold. You can't get bonds higher than that number. So there are certain moves that say increase your bonds or add a bond and stuff like that. So those aren't. You can add a bond, but it can't be. It will be a 0.
And couldn't you have, say, less than your threshold but have points in certain ones. Like,
You mean fewer total?
yeah, like fewer total, but
Yes.
then a
You
couple of
can.
them are like 2s instead of 1s or something.
Yes, yes, yeah. You can give 2s and 3s. So, like, if you have a girlfriend that you really care about and it's kind of your only reason for sticking around in the past, that's one of my old characters. It became like she was a 3 and he pretty much didn't have anything else. And so, of course, the first session she gets kidnapped by some villains.
And fridged, I'm sure.
We never got to play to actually find out that that campaign never lasted, which I'm sad. I liked that character a lot. Probably fridged though, or just turned into a villain. But I did have to burn a bond with her at one point in that game. So yeah, how you have your family and Eli as more than one, that's fine.
All right.
And you can definitely, I think, fill now if you have ideas, or leave them out. And as we're playing, maybe you're talking to someone and you're like, oh yeah, this is a close friend of mine, and we just co-invented her on the spot, and now you can fill out a bond if you have yet to spend one of your bond points from character creation. That's also an option as well. But they're mainly just an opportunity to flesh out your backstory. Like, I probably would have had to spend a bond point to do what I did with Wisher in our Worlds in Peril, or in our Apocalypse World campaign.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Did we ever decide what I did remember the advertisement I did with Frostbite? Did we ever decide what if it was for the main Megacorp or for the no? We decided it was for the alternate one, right?
Yes, it's for Echelon.
Echelon.
For Echelon, yeah, that's right.
Echelon is
It might not have got saved.
yeah. So Echelon, I mean, they're by no means a small player in the industry. Like, there's a lot of competing tech industries, particularly with the advent of like superpowered geniuses. Um, they have like a completely different specialty than Ishibashi. And they're kind of like one of those like home products conglomerates on top of that, like P&G or something. They're like maybe like General Electrics would probably be like a good comparison to what Echelon does.
Or like Yamaha, because they make everything.
Yamaha does make everything.
So, any objections to me naming the lead of the card?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
You're breaking
Oh,
up super bad.
That's no fun. Well, Demos's bonds are mostly kind of just with, for the most part, like fringe people that he can use for business purposes and things like that.
Sure.
And I can't really think of the name of any, so I'm just going to go with Talon Card because he's the first one I could think of. Any objections to that?
Whose talent card? I mean, feel free to name and create people as you see fit, particularly in this part of the game.
All right. Well, Talon Card is just a leader of a kind of fringe organization that deals in all sorts of kind of rather underground activities, whether it be information dealing and espionage, things like that, to smuggling and other stuff like that. And
Is he himself superpowered?
He is not, and that's kind of what makes him an interesting character, is that he's able to be the head of this organization that empowers superpowered people, but he himself is not a superhero. And yeah.
Yeah, by all means, man. Sounds cool.
I also ripped the name straight from Star Wars novels. So
There's no such thing as originality in today's world. Awesome. Well, I think, unless people want a bit more time, that we should see what everyone's up to and kind of jump back into our worlds, figure out what's up with the Order of Ouroboros.
Yo, go for it. I'm not there.
Yeah, that's true. You're not there. So, unless you three, don't want to, I'm thinking you almost split up after this ominous warning. It is a school night after all.
It is a school night. Yep. I do
Yeah,
need
so it's
to
the
go
Thursday
home.
nights.
Yeah.
So, I'm not sure how exactly you would exchange information to stay in. None of you have a great power for like, oh, I can just find you. But maybe you just trade cell phone numbers or email addresses. Those exist.
Yeah. So do we
Um,
just put one for all the PCs?
Yes, yeah. So none of you know each other better. You're all
Okay.
just meeting right now.
Cool.
So yeah, if you guys are cool with that, I think we'll probably jump forward to like next Tuesday.
Okay.
Should really find a calendar somewhere. Start tracking this.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, so we're
Hey
now.
guys, I have to run to the bank really quick. Is it okay if I step out for 10 or 15 and I guess you guys play without me?
Well, we can definitely make it work. Yeah, I don't want to have to, stop you if you've got stuff you need to take care of.
Okay. I can get it done really quick and come back.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Mind Mage is kind of a mysterious figure who floats in and out anyway, so it works out, I think.
Yeah.
It's like, where'd he go?
I don't know.
So here it is, Tuesday afternoon, and I think wherever you are in the city, all of you at the same time, you feel at least one of what turns out to be a series of explosions. And so, there's this big, large rumbling. Let's see. Where would you be right now, Demos?
I'm chilling. Probably. I'm doing some people watching and just in downtown. Near kind of like the city hall area. There's a big kind of shopping area, Times Square-ish stuff near there, sort of thing. And I'm just kind of doing some people watching, staying kind of low, passing the time.
Is that kind of around where your office is too, Harold? Downtown?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what about you, Alan?
What time of day is it?
It's probably like an hour or two after high school would get out. So like 3:30.
Okay. Yeah. On a Tuesday. I think I'm at home.
You're at
Or
home?
no, I'm not at home. Okay. So home's like the suburbs. I'm like walking around in the city right now.
Okay, so your school's kind of in the heart of the city as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like almost a small satellite school that feeds to the university there.
Okay, gotcha. And so you stayed downtown as well?
Yeah, I'm just hanging out downtown.
Yeah, so you guys are all definitely within range to have felt these blasts. And I don't know if any of you managed to actually see it, but a large office building is actually brought down by one of the explosions. So how do people react to? You feel like several rumbles, probably like 5 or so, and then what is a larger rumble and like probably dust cloud as this building collapses.
Well, I'm going the direction of the rumbles as soon as I hear them. 'Cause
Awesome.
I'm trying to figure out what they are.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you traveling on foot or just via surfaces?
Via services, it's quicker.
Yeah, and most people are probably running the other way, so
Yeah, and I can just kind of avoid the whole thing. I can get there rather quickly.
cool. What about you, Harold? How do you react to these explosions? I think you can probably see the building collapsing from your office window.
Oh no. Well, I mean, first I check with Linda, the secretary. Make sure, find out what's on my schedule. Am I doing anything? Uh, probably not too busy. So I'm gonna step out for lunch. I'll be back in like an hour or two, and I'm gonna go check it out.
Okay, yeah, your building is actually probably like being evacuated too, as you.
Oh yeah, it's that close.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily that close. I'm just I'm remembering what like it was like at September 11th. Like most major office buildings in like most American cities were evacuated because they just weren't sure what was being targeted and by what. So yeah, so I think you see probably like most people are also leaving, but unlike you, they're not heading towards it.
Well, I kind of roll my eyes and, like I'm just, not really interested in this. But then I book it to my apartment or wherever I have my costume, and I suit up, go check it out.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, so depending on how far your apartment is, you probably get there like 15, 20 minutes after Demos. What about you, Alan?
So when it happens, I think I start going towards it. There's obviously lots of people running away, but then there's always the crowd that gathers around a disaster, and I'm like basically in that crowd.
Yeah, so you're kind of standing and looking right there.
For now, yeah.
Cool. So, I think you probably are hearing well, first of all, you're hearing like sirens and like I think police have come and started to kind of round this crowd out to like give people space and stuff like that as like the emergency responders make their way there. And they pretty immediately start looking for survivors and stuff. And what you hear in the crowd is that this was a satellite building for the Ishibashi Corporation.
So when they start like going to dig through the concrete to like search for survivors, I kind of slink off to the side where nobody is.
Mm-hmm.
And I reach in my bag and pull out my mask, and then I don't know like when we can do certain powers, so like difficult powers. But
whenever you can do difficult whenever.
Okay.
It kind of requires some concentration.
Yeah, so one of mine is burrow through concrete. So I want to go and see if I can help dig out survivors. I want to use like tremor sense to see if I can feel anybody moving, and then go try and dig them out.
Absolutely. It sounds like you're trying to protect people.
Mm-hmm.
So why don't you go ahead and roll 2d6 plus protect?
That's what I'm good at, but 7.
7. I have to flip to that move real quick, and I also have it in the handouts.
Mm-hmm.
See what you get on a 7.
It's a basic move,
So you
right?
get to you get to hold 1, and as long as you continue to defend,
Oh no, is it a special move?
no, it's a basic move. Serve and protect.
Okay. Yeah, I see it.
It's so you've got those options there. So I think what's happening is you found your way. You found someone almost immediately, and they weren't pinned or anything. They were kind of trapped in a cavern, and you're able to I think you kind of point them in the direction of the tunnel that you just burrowed to them.
Yeah.
But in doing so, you kind of have to like hold up some of the rubble around them. It's nothing too major though, but you're gonna have to secure the kind of like foundations of your escape tunnel for a little while before you go on to do anything else.
Right. Okay. Cool.
Demos, how are you reacting to this collapsed building and crowd of people?
Well, it's actually a real. Can kind of be of real use here, searching for survivors, hopping through rubble. Um, so that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm just trying to. I can't really get people, but I can get them. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just trying to find people and alert proper, firefighters and digging crews to get people out, because I don't really have any way to get people out, but I can find them.
Yeah. So why don't you go ahead and roll examine, because it sounds like you're kind of closely studying this situation.
All right.
Or so investigate. 2d6 plus investigate. The move is examine.
All right. So it's 2d6 plus my investigate.
Yeah. And you remember the
Yeah, I got that. I just think my investigate's plus one. Yeah.
All right. So you can ask me a question off that list in the basics moves list.
All right.
And I've also got some information to give you.
Those are all really good questions I need to find the answers to.
Those are actually really good questions in pertinence.
Yeah, those are all really pertinent. What here is not what it appears to be?
Oh, you had to go with that one.
One of us is not really a superhero.
Oh, I'm so glad you said that, because I'm about to do your introduction now, because you're about to show up.
That's the best.
What there is not what it appears to be. Let me look at all the different things that I have going on. You I think you somehow you found some of these people, and you're like kind of keeping a track on them, and they're almost like blinking out of existence. And so I'm not sure if that's not what it appears to be, but
Wait, some of the people are just disappearing?
yeah.
Okay.
So, like, I found somebody, and I went to go tell somebody where this person was, and then like they were no longer there when I passed by, and I was like, wait, but nobody's rescued them.
Seemingly, yes.
Okay, so that's just like, wait a minute. All right.
Cool. Had to take a note there. Yeah, so you actually, this is after like several notices. So like there's a few things that happen while you're doing this, right? So you've located a few guys, and while you're down there, you actually I think you found and are actually able to identify Scorpio. Not Scorpio. Yeah, Scorpio. Because he's acting different from all the other people that you're aware of in these surroundings. And I think you ID him, and you probably start relaying with him where he can go and helping him find these people faster and getting them out. But because you're now able to kind of like, you're back and forth like relay speed is much faster, right? You're
Hmm.
you're noticing that some of these people are, yeah, for as far as you can tell, they're just disappearing. Yeah, and
All
so
right.
now is when our enterprising superhero Harold McGregor as Frostbite enters the scene. How do you kind of show up?
Well, I'm working on my power, so I'm still going to practice this. So I'm going to try and do it's my my difficult power, where I try to skate along. I like make the ice appear below me on the ground as I skate forward on my way through the city.
Yeah, awesome.
You know,
Um,
I have a small cape, but it's like it just goes down to like my waist. It's not really that useful or that big, but it it helps me look cool when I'm trying to get to a place.
No
yeah,
capes.
No capes.
No, I wear a cape. Nope.
capes are cool.
I don't care what she says. Okay, she's wrong. Edna is wrong.
She's not in this universe. It's fine. Side note: put her in this universe. Um, not yet. Awesome. So I think, yeah, I don't think you have too much problem skating. You've been practicing after all, and you got some
Yeah,
great lessons.
yeah. I'm doing
Uh,
pretty good. I can't go like super fast, but I get there.
yeah, and maybe you kind of play that up, and you're not trying to get there. So you're getting there as you can, and you're just making sure to like not look foolish, which you
Yeah,
can definitely pull off at this point.
yeah. Okay,
Um,
that's good.
so as you show up, actually, like you start hearing like the people in the crowds are kind of going like, "Oh, Frostbite's here," and you're hearing like cheers and like, "Oh, good, he'll take care of this," and that type
Yeah,
of a deal.
I wave.
Absolutely. Flash them your pearly whites.
Right.
Do you
I give
endorse?
a wink.
Do you endorse your toothpaste?
Of course. There's a new patch on my cape in the bottom right hand corner.
You like throw out a few like travel size toothpastes.
I mean, like to like some of the people I pull from the rubble, I think I'll hand them.
Awesome. So yeah, that's kind of how, and people like they totally part a path for you, and you can
Yeah.
like keep frosting the ground and skating up on through, and they get out of your way no problem.
Well, yeah,
Um,
I also try to skate backwards at one point in time, but I kind of muff it up and I kind of stumble a little bit, so I just turn back around. I'm like, all right,
oh yeah, yeah.
it's okay, it's
Mhm.
all good. No one saw it.
That just endears you to them more, right?
Right,
They're like, oh, Frostbite, he's this larger than life figure, but he's still a person too.
right. It makes me more marketable.
Yeah,
Right.
you're relatable. Um, so yeah, that's what you see upon getting there, and maybe I think maybe an officer walks up to you and it's like, "Oh, Frostbite, I'm glad you're here," and he starts saying like,
Does he break it down for me?
yeah, he breaks it down. He asks if wave theory is going to show up, or
I go,
wave theory was one of
yeah,
Frostbite's old partners.
yeah. I assume.
Yeah.
I haven't. He hasn't said anything. I think that the damage is sort of already done here, and I think that I've got this under control. Don't you worry, officer. I smile and I hand him some toothpaste, and I go off to help the crew to try and pull some people out. But I try to do more directing than physical help. I don't want like sometimes it's good for the costume to get dirty, makes you look better. But right now maybe it's not the time. But I do like if there's a child, I will immediately take him from the arms of somebody else, to carry him out of the
Yeah.
rubble. Even if he's totally fine and safe in this with this other person, I'm like, no, 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 no. I've got this one.
Yeah, so I think where you are, you're kind of like just kind of leading these people as they get cleared out, and you're
Yeah.
You
kind
should
of
also be putting out fires because, I mean, explosions. Fires.
I don't think there's too many fires. It was much more like a controlled demolition than an explosion. Um, um,
Hmm.
yeah, I don't think there's like any real raging fires. But you're right. There's probably no. I don't think there's really any smoldering either. Really.
Yeah.
We're like mostly concrete skyscrapers and stuff like that. So there's nothing like too flammable. I don't think around. Like I could be wrong here. I'm not familiar with how explosions in cities work, but
So, to me, as like, it sounds a lot like thermite. I don't know if that's what it is, but basically what it would do is burn super hot and melt through the concrete and take out the supports, but wouldn't really cause any fires or anything.
Nah, you would just need a high explosive for that. High explosives
Yeah.
don't really cause fires unless there's stuff around.
yeah,
That too. Like either one of
I think it
those.
was an
C4 would do
explosion.
the trick if you,
You
put
guys,
it in the right
because
spot.
like there's definitely concussive blasts, right?
Okay, yeah.
Like a
Yeah,
rapid
C4 would do the trick.
C4 seems like a good guess, and Demos, you would probably even like be able to come to that conclusion after like years of military service.
Yep, that's kind of what I was leaning towards. I was leaning
Yeah.
towards C4 around some around the elevator banks because they're structurally significant.
Yeah, you are definitely like this. This explosion was orchestrated, which is kind of obvious, seeing as there were like several of them. But
No gas
And
leaks
it
here.
was like only one building.
only the one building is down, yeah, and it's not just a random building. At least, doesn't seem right. I don't know. It could be coincidence.
Well, not
Let's,
anymore.
let's be real. There's no such thing as coincidence.
Especially when you mention it.
Especially, I'm just gonna throw that back out at you. So this is. Why don't you roll another protect for me, Alan, with the assistance of Demos, and we'll see how well you two do at evacuating survivors.
Okay, so do I roll +3 or does he roll assist first?
He's going to roll a 2d6 plus 1 for his bond with you.
Okay.
So he got a 9.
No, that was my last
Oh,
roll.
that was your last roll? Okay.
Oh, wait, he got a 9. Okay, so I roll +3 then?
No, hold
No,
on.
that
That
was
was not a
his
9. That was my
Oh,
last
I
roll.
see.
I got a
Oh.
5.
Yeah. So you roll your protect again.
Okay. 12.
Okay. Nailed it.
Nailed
Of course, with the exception of the people that have disappeared, you pull everyone out that you can that was still alive after the building collapsed.
Okay.
And I think local authorities have kind of like made their way into where you guys were working, and you while they're unfamiliar with who you are, Scorpio, they see what you're doing. They see like that, you're directing them in like the right directions. You're like, digging these tunnels and like saying like down there are, is a person, just like one middle-aged man, and like there's another person over there. I'm gonna go try to get to them.
Yeah.
And so you guys, with demo spotting and you kind of digging these tunnels and coordinating the police officers, you're able to successfully lead probably like 12 more people, I think, out of like this main tunnel and into sort of Frostbite's care, where I think he's probably like leading them all out to like a little kind of like refugee kind of style area, and I don't know,
have, like, an
are you
emergency
comforting
medical
these
care
people
center.
or yeah, there's like definitely like an emergency care kind of tent set up, where where all these people are being looked over by medics, and I'm kind of imagining Frostbite as like talking to
Supplying
them,
ice packs.
spirits up, yeah,
Yeah.
ice packing.
Lots of those.
and just
Hey
like
guys,
joking and like
I'm back.
chatting with people and just
Oh, cool, yours back.
Welcome
and
back.
so everyone's um so everyone's just like, yes, Frostbite's here, and oh my god, Frostbite, I can't believe, like, and you're helping them forget about the fact that they were just in a building that was exploded and lots of people they know are probably dead.
Yay, Frostbite! Yay.
Okay.
All right, so we leave those 12 people out or whatever, and are we continue? Is that, or can I like now investigate why people are disappearing or what's going on with that? Can I go do some more examining?
I don't think you can examine, but how do you want to investigate this?
Well, first I'm gonna go to the one where I noticed that they disappeared most recently, and I just try to go see if there was any physical way that they could have gotten out. First off, and if there's no physical way they've gotten out, I can then start thinking that either it's technology or there's like teleporters or something, or there's like a teleporter superhero somewhere, something like that. Are my next two conclusions that there's some sort of either teleportation technology or superpower to get those people out of there.
Sure.
If there's no physical way for them to get out.
Perfectly reasonable. And that's the conclusion you come to, because what you find is there's no tunnel or anything like that. There's no clearing. You find
They
just
just
kind of
went
like a
poof.
little alcove. Well, not only did they go poof, there's actually like you see
Is there, like,
evidence.
residue?
You see evidence of a piece of debris having been severed quite cleanly.
Oh,
And,
from like
it's
over
kind of
somebody's
like,
leg or something?
yeah, and you can't tell exactly, but what it is like it's now two pieces and it's split perfectly, like like if a fishing line sliced through it or something like that, right?
Mhm.
Straight down at an angle
Mm-hmm.
at and now you just see the two pieces lying on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Do you try to share this information with anyone?
For now, I would. Well, for now, the only person I tell is Alan, because he's been helping me scout these people out. I asked him if he noticed the people disappearing too, because he has also kind of echolocation sort of abilities, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, I have the whole tremor sense thing. So, how does that?
So I kind of asked him if he's been noticing people kind of disappearing without actually being rescued too, before I go any further.
So I think when it's brought up with you, Alan, what you notice is it's something that you kind of just like
Wrote
brushed
off
off
as
as
like people getting picked up. Yeah.
well, almost as an after effect of the explosion is not just these people being picked up. You felt the person picking them up,
Right.
and it didn't occur to you that there was no way out
Right.
at the time.
I figured like someone else had dug a way in and got.
But maybe Demos leads you specifically to that chamber he was just in, and you're like, no, I remember this. Like, I don't know how exactly your tremor sense works. If it's
Yeah.
kind of like Daredevil / Toph or something.
It's it's like Toph where you just feel it, right?
Yeah. So you recognize like the shape of the cavern, and I think you can even remember the person who was in there, and you're just like, oh, I thought they left.
Yeah, I thought somebody dug
Uh-huh.
down and picked this person up.
Yeah, there's a clearing in the top. You thought.
Well,
no, you felt
Somebody
the
at least
person
cut them
show
free
up.
from the rubble they were under.
Right, but it doesn't look like they actually dug a tunnel out, because mine's the only one here, and I didn't come to this one.
Yeah, that's a little intriguing. I don't know how to go about finding who the hell that was.
Neither
Um,
would I.
While you two are investigating this, I think in a spare moment you have, Harold, when you're kind kind of away from people for a minute or two.
Sure.
Um,
Does my danger sense tingle?
I don't believe it does. No.
Okay.
Someone shows up, and out of seemingly nowhere, someone from behind you speaks up, and they say, "Frostbite, it's good to see you."
I turn and smile, thinking it's going to be, a police officer or something along those lines, paramedics or something.
Yeah, it's not. It's
That's too bad.
it's
It's a friend.
it's a man in a mostly black costume with gold trim.
Oh.
And it's decorated with a rather complex pattern of hexagons.
Cool.
And the hexagons are kind of the gold trim, and they probably like plaster like the right half of his body kind of sweeps down or something. It's not skin tight,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not loose fitting either.
Mm-hmm.
And he reaches
He's
out.
not wearing yoga pants? Is that what
No, yeah, he's not.
that's too bad.
Yeah,
I'm wearing a onesie, man. Little spandex.
I mean,
I'm
people are used to
here.
it. But
Well, they've been commenting that his package seems bigger than usual. I heard that on the news. That was on TMX, but that was
He's
on
got-
TMZ. But
he's got like combat trunks on or something
I
like
got
that.
you.
Except
He's
they're
looking
dyed
ninja.
black. And
I got you. So I assume, obviously, superhero. I'm gonna guess, or just weird hobo. Am I familiar with this hero, or I mean, just as a person, I feel like I would probably know something.
No, you
Oh.
actually don't know anything, Harold.
Cool. I'm like, hey man, how's it going?
Yeah.
Who's there? I'm a little surprised. Harold's a little surprised, but he's gonna split it off.
He goes to introduce himself to you.
Oh,
And
that's weird.
because
Since he
Frostbite
knows me.
didn't know. No, Frostbite didn't know him.
Whew, dodged a bullet there.
But he knew Frostbite. Everyone knows Frostbite.
I see.
He goes, Hive.
And I stick my hand out and I shake and I go, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Hive. The city could always use more heroes." And as we shake and my hand pulls away, he's got like a little toothpaste thing in his hand as a
So
Always on the job.
Right.
he's looking at it. He's got a full mask on, so you can't quite see his reaction to it.
But I'm sure he's thinking, "Man, I bet this would really freshen my breath."
And he throws it up, and what you see is a quick hexagon.
Oh,
I don't even know if you can quite make it out. He throws it up, and before it falls all the way back down, and he catches it in his hand, it's disappeared, and you see this kind of plane that's appeared in between where it was falling in his hand, that it seemed to have fallen through a window or something, and then it's disappears.
Like out of existence. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Like something else somebody else might have noticed. I gotcha.
So he just says thank you.
I'm very impressed. I go, "That's a very impressive talent, my friend. How come I haven't heard of you before?"
It befits me to keep a low profile.
Thus with the all black. Are we kind of in a corner where no one else can really see us?
Yeah. He waited until you were kind of until you had stepped away from everyone and
Right. I was drinking some Fiji water.
had a chance to be alone.
Yeah, I got you. I nod, and I'm like, and good old Harold is like, "I understand. So do you know anything about what happened here?"
Not enough. I was following this group around. I don't know if you're aware of them. The Order of Ouroboros.
I think I've heard of them. I haven't, but I say that.
He's like he's not surprised that you would have. You're Frostbite after all.
Sure, yeah. I know what's up. I'm not at all surprised by this.
And
They've gone this far.
he's like someone I know is very, very interested in the activities of this group. We were tracking a member, and we didn't realize it in time, but we believe that him, along with a few members of this group, were able to bomb this location as well as a few others, for reasons that we, as of yet, don't know.
Okay, well, first of all, do I know what, I mean, presumably I do, just by virtue of living in the city and being in an office nearby. What is this building?
Yeah, by this time, I think when like that police officer was giving you the lowdown at the very beginning, it's I don't know if it has like a specific name, but it's one of the Ishibashi Corp satellites.
Oh, I gotcha.
So the main offices in this building all belong to Ishibashi.
I understand.
People
and-
don't exactly know what they were up to in these offices, but they know it's an Ishibashi building.
Okay. So I say, so when you say other explosions, are you referring to the one at the college? It was at a college, right? That's where the
College
laboratory.
lab. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
it was.
I would say at the college.
Among others, yes, but even just the few others today.
Oh, there. So hold on. Were there more explosions, or were there just this one? As far as has happened yet?
There were more explosions.
Oh, okay.
But none of them in like a kind of populate. They were around and they were still felt downtown, and they were probably like downtown buildings, but none of them like leveled a skyscraper. So I don't know how much of a
I see.
skyscraper. This one was probably like 14 or 16 stories, so it wasn't huge, but it was by no means a small
Wow.
office building.
That's bigger than I thought it was.
No, yeah, it was like 16 or so, I want to say.
I say. So if you don't mind me asking, I think this is clearly an issue that we need to work together on. What is the name of the? I mean, who's the organization you're working with? You said you were working with others.
He says yes, but it's just my group, the Hive Group.
It's a very cool name. That's very marketable.
Yes, well, we try to not be known by most. Again, better for someone in our industry.
Sure, I mean, we all wear masks for a reason, but have you ever thought about the benefits that you could really have of really putting yourself out there, getting that name going, really get some branding working, maybe working on a social media campaign? You'll find that just your presence alone is going to deter crime. The introduction of Frostbite into the Chicago Bay Area has just been hugely impactful over the last 5 to 6 years alone. Just his presence alone has been enough. I mean, think about how much the Hive Group, an organization dedicated to ridding crime, could be.
He's
I'm sure he's
nodding
impressed.
and laughing, and he's like, I am completely convinced of how you managed to reach your position that you find yourself in today. But that's not
Yeah.
the kind of attention that me and my team are looking for. Our name matters to those who know it, and that's what we want.
To important, cool people, unlike you. Okay, I get it. Do all of your teammates share this particular talent that you've demonstrated?
Just me.
Do they
But
have
they're-
their talents?
We are all talented in our own way, are we not?
Okay, but that's cool and great and everything. But okay, are any of you superheroes? Do any of you have powers that are beyond that of a common human?
We are all special snowflakes, Frostbite. No, he says, yes, this is... We are a team of highly trained and highly skilled supers.
I understand. Well. Uh, uh, is there any way I could contact you again in case you should find more information that we could act on this group? I would love to have any information you have on them. Maybe we could, share notes or something like that. Obviously, I know, tons, but I need to, any information is going to be beneficial for people in our position, of course.
Hold on a second. And
he gets a cell phone call, and
no, yeah. What you see is now you can really see his portal, and it's a full like human-sized like pentagon, and it's opened up like immediately behind him, and he just steps right back through it and disappears for a second, the portal closing as soon as he's through it. And after a second, he steps out, and of all things, he actually hands you a business card.
Oh, nice. This I can work with.
Yeah, and there's not much on it. I think for the most part, it's like a completely mundane business card.
Mhm.
Nothing about Hive, nothing, it's like John Smith at Appleseed Industries. I don't know.
Sure.
It's clearly generic, and it's just got an email address on it as the primary forms of contact. And it's got like a website and stuff too. But if you later follow them, you'll realize that they just lead to like kind of a generic like home shopping, like a home decoration website, probably.
I got it. I stick it in my fanny pack with all my toothpaste in there.
It's like you can email us there. That account's been set up for you.
All right, great. I'll contact you whenever I have the chance, and hopefully we'll be able to get a little more in depth into what's going on here. This is clearly something that is, and I gesture towards the rubble, is of large scale, and we need to handle this. We need to take care of this immediately.
Yeah. He reaches out his hand again as to shake yours.
Mhm.
And his voice has gotten like really kind of gruff by now. It's like it's been a real pleasure meeting you, Frostbite.
And I'm just like, the pleasure's all mine, and I just sort of snap and wink, stay cool.
He salutes you as he backs into another one of his portals.
Nice.
Awesome.
As that happens, I grip my chest. Oh my god, that guy scared the crap out of me. He came out of nowhere.
So, let's see what our mind mage has been up to, I think.
He's reading the paper again.
Okay.
Well, yeah, so where we are is it's the next Tuesday after you guys were exploring the college laboratory explosion. So it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 5 days later. I should have gone backwards. And there's been an explosion downtown. So depending on where you were, where your apartment is, you may have like immediately felt it. There are actually several of them.
Okay. As soon as I feel the explosion, I check my watch.
Okay. Yeah. So we said the time was about let's say exactly 3:42 is the time you get. And you guys are probably only at like 4 o'clock or something at where we are right now. That all happened very quickly.
Okay.
So, where, if you're in your apartment, where would that be, or where else might you be?
Um.
This the building that these guys were just at was very downtown, kind of by like an open square, and like a block or so away from one of the main open squares. There's like food courts and stuff.
I probably my apartment probably isn't a true apartment.
Sure.
Instead, it's probably like a hideout I set up on an empty floor of a large building.
Okay. So are you a bit more on?
And I just talk people into ignoring me as needed.
Yeah. Are you a bit more outside the city, or are you still kind of in the middle of it?
No, I'm still in the middle of it.
Okay. Yeah. So I think the explosion that you get drawn to is this same building collapse that everyone else headed to.
Okay.
As you get there, there's a large crowd of people that's been like roped off by police, saying like keep clear, keep clear. It's actually like quite large. Like they probably roped off like half the block. We're like not sure what other buildings have sustained structural damage and stuff like that. You see, there's a sort of clearing left where there's like a big path of ice in the middle of this crowd of people, leading like right up to the site of the explosion for the most part. And you see in the explosion site there's been a large tent set up where with like a few ambulances parked right next to it with like the back door open and stuff like that. What do you feel like doing as you get there?
Well, first thing I look for is are there any citizens that look like they're in a dangerous area that need to move on, or any knots of people forming in a particular area that I could encourage to disperse, kind of thing.
Yeah, so why don't you roll the investigate move? Because it sounds like you're kind of studying the situation and looking for people who might be in danger.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's a 2d6 plus your investigate.
Okay. Mighty RNG. What do you have for me?
So you get to ask one of the questions from the list under examine, and that's in the basics moves.
Okay. Hang on, let me bring that up real quick. I can look at the questions. And that is incredibly tiny. Okay. What here is useful or important?
The Order of Ouroboros members in the crowd. You see, and they're all intermixed throughout, but I think as you kind of like walk through and are looking, I think you're able to identify these 6 individuals kind of based on their different body language compared to everyone else. Like they stick out to someone with ear perceptive abilities as different. And they are both useful and important.
Okay.
Yeah, so what would you like to do after kind of
Um,
identifying these people?
um, I guess the next thing is look for allies. See if there are any other supers around. Maybe see if the ice block will lead to a cold using super. 6-on-1 does not sound like a very fair fight.
Yeah. So, and you're in costume, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think you're able to shove your way up to the edge of the crowd, and the caution tape. I'm starting to kind of draw out the scene a little bit. And get the attention of one of the officers on duty. That should have been filled. It's annoying.
You just have to pick a secondary color.
Yeah.
And yeah. There you go.
And so you grab the attention of one of the officers, and wave him over. And what do you say to him?
I tell him that I think some of the people in the crowd might be connected to the attacks. And if I can bring them out, if the cops could be coordinated to round them up.
He's looking at you kind of skeptically. It's like, where do you get your information?
So I point at the closest of the 6, and I start talking about his posture and what it says about his outlook, and how he keeps looking to the left and making eye contact with someone dressed as a city worker who's kind of fiddling around weirdly over there.
Yeah.
And
So as you're kind of doing this, I almost picturing kind of like a Sherlock Holmes type deal. It's like you see that man over there, like look at his wristwatch, look at, I don't think he's taking notes quite exactly, but you almost kind of describe how he is taking notes, even if that's not what he's doing. And you see the
upside down.
yeah, and you see the posture on the police officer. He really deflates, and he's like, "I'm sorry, and I don't believe I've ever heard of you. What's your name?"
I'm called Mind Mage.
It's like, well, Mind Mage, if you're right, you'll have done a great service for this city. And he runs off, and this is where he goes running off after Frostbite.
Oh man, no,
Who-
it's fine.
Are you just kind of back to doing the rounds amongst all the
Yeah,
Injured.
Yeah, there's lots of thumbs up. I make like a I'm basically like a candy striper now. Like I walk up to to some injured kid or something, and I'm like, "What's your favorite creature? What's your favorite animal?" And she's like, "A pony." And I hand her like an ice sculpted pony.
She's like, this looks like a donkey.
And I say, "That's right, a pony." And then I hand her some toothpaste, and I'm like, "Stay cool, friend." And then I go to the next one.
Yeah. So I think what happens first actually is a different police officer walks up.
Okay.
I'm
I
not
consume. I
too
eat him.
familiar with the different rankings in a police officer, but this guy's probably like a sergeant.
Just say sergeant. Always say sergeant. It's always okay.
Yeah, sergeant seems about right.
And then lieutenant's above him. And then commissioner. And you've got
No,
it.
there's a captain in between lieutenant and commissioner.
Don't worry about it.
So it's a sergeant, and he's walking with at least Scorpio.
Okay.
Demos too.
Which my understanding is that, so he's walking next to a guy in a suit and a guy with a weird red hoodie, is my understanding.
A red mask and just like a gray hoodie.
Actually, let's have the scene with the police officer and Scorpio first to figure out how you two got there.
Okay.
So after you guys have kind of rescued everyone, this sergeant, and he was doing a lot of like the lifting and stuff too. You had been working a lot with him, and you would kind of pass directions on to him, and he would order his men to. But he certainly got his hands dirty, and so once you're like, yeah, that's all of them. He looks at you and he says, I think he says, the force really gets on your chops if you do this on the job, but he pulls out a cigarette and starts smoking it. And he's like, this was a rough one, kid. Without your help, I don't know what we would have been able to do. He's like, the city won't be able to thank you enough.
I'm just glad I was around.
Yeah, me too. It's like, you have something we can call you?
I like scratch the back of my head for a second and I say, Scorpio.
Roll credits.
It's like, Scorpio, huh? And he's like, yeah, tough little critters scorpions are. They can almost like little tanks.
Yeah, in a way.
Anyway, if we didn't have you pointing us to these people and digging tunnels, I don't know. We wouldn't have saved half of them, if that. And so Demos, I think you're aware of this conversation going on, but you're not necessarily revealed unless you want to be.
Well, at this point, it is apparent to the viewer because I've been coming in and out of the rubble really weirdly. So I'm kind of just simmering around the edges. I don't really want to interfere or like really get into the conversation, even though I was sort of just as useful as Scorpio. I just kind of my character doesn't get in the middle of any of that stuff.
Yeah, I don't think many of them actually were aware of you or what you did. I think you were kind of like directly relaying information to Scorpio, and everyone was so busy, and like there was dust and like just uneven terrain and all that stuff that no one was able to really like spot you. And even if they did, they certainly didn't believe what they saw, and just immediately wrote it off. So
all right, so I don't give them any reason to. So I kind of stay back. I'm just kind of observing conversation, whatever. I don't. Even if I had any reason to, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Really
So do you like just
project
pop
myself.
like an ear out of the surface or something like that?
Sort of, yeah, kind of inconspicuously, like into the corner underneath some rubble or something, so that way, like, even though my ear's out, they can't really see it unless you start moving stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so he's just
Or I would even say that I'm kind of just, in human form. I just kind of look like a disheveled person in a suit who could have been working there during the explosion.
I don't think anyone would buy that. Well, you could have been rushed out to the tent. That's your other option. If you
Yeah, it's kind of,
they would, so you wouldn't even be in like this conversation then.
All right, well, then I'm just sticking an ear out. I'm
Yeah.
just thinking of options.
Yeah, if you like made yourself aware and tried to play it off as like, oh, I'm so glad you guys were here to dig me out, they would have rushed you off to like the ambulance tent.
Yeah, makes sense.
But that's totally an option you could have gone. But no, so if you're just staying incognito, you're there and you're eavesdropping, and the officer back to you, Scorpio. He's just thanks again, kid. There's nothing that makes what you did here worth it. You're a real hero. They'll print your name in the paper if you want them to, but I know how you guys are about secret identities.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go by that little moniker for now.
He's like,
This is kind of new to me.
the officer, he looks at you as like, think nothing of it, man. Par for the course, Almost everyone I met has wanted to do that. And it's one of those things that you can't take back once it's done. So but you should come with me. There's someone here that I want him to meet you, and so that way he knows of the great acts you did for us today.
So I think I glance back to where Demos is in the rubble, and I just kind of wait for a second and turn back and say, "All right, sure."
Yeah, so he starts leading you to the recovery tent. And this is where we were coming in from earlier, is with you and with this police officer, the sergeant. In fact, he actually, while you're walking, he's like, "Oh, silly of me. What would his name be?" I almost said Sergeant Hammer, and I'm like, no, that's
Sergeant Surge.
a character from Heroes of the Storm. Yeah,
Right, I
there's
guess
no name generator in this. He's just like, Sergeant Johnson.
We're going
He's
that
like,
way.
I'm going that way.
Sergeant Johannes.
He's Sergeant Johnson.
Yeah,
And,
that was a little red versus blue joke. But yeah.
I'll have a name generator open now.
All right, Sergeant Johnson.
And, we're real thankful, and we'll be real thankful for the work you've done down at the force. I'll make sure people know, even if we don't know who you are. And so that's as he's saying, and he's walking up. And I think he waves towards Frostbite, and he's like, "Frostbite, over here."
Well,
And they're
I
up to you too, but
I finished the photo I was doing, and before giving you just see me do sort of a snap, point fingers, and a wink. And
yeah,
then I
yeah.
wander.
And it's the cameraman totally. He's shaking your hand, and he's like, "Thank you. The Seaboard Daily Gazette will greatly appreciate this story and the great work you've done here today."
Oh, absolutely. You keep up the good work. You keep reporting those news stories. You're doing great. And remember, stay fresh. And I hand him the toothpaste, and off I go.
So
With the officer who weighed me down.
yeah. He goes,
Do you mean,
"Frostbite."
gentlemen? You guys want an autograph, or what do you...
The officer goes, "I just wanted to thank you for what you did here today. You helped contain what would have been otherwise a truly terrible situation, and have indeed proven yourself to be a valuable member of this city. He's like, I wanted you to meet this young man who, through great heroism of his own, was able to help us in rescuing the lives of 13 different people trapped under the rubble who otherwise we might not have been able to save. And he goes, Frostbite, this is Scorpio.
All right, I immediately stretch my hand out to shake.
Yeah, I'll shake his hand.
Yeah, you feel a strange lump in your hand. That as you pull away, recognize is, you know, what is undoubtedly your favorite brand of toothpaste. And I say, oh, excellent. It's great to meet you, Scorpio. The city could always use more heroes like you.
I appreciate that.
Do I know Officer Johnson? He's just a working man. Just a working Joe.
I think
You've seen him on the job. Why not?
I think you saw him around during the rescue efforts and stuff like that. I don't think you know him personally.
Okay.
Um,
And I shake his hand too. I'm like, you know what? We're all working hard to just do the best we can, officer. Pat him on the shoulder, you know.
he goes, thank you, I appreciate. We all appreciate what you mean to this city and, in fact, this whole world, Frostbite.
You know. Is that like his parting words, or is he just still chilling?
I think he continues on. He's just I wanted to make sure that Scorpio was properly recognized for his courage today.
I grab Scorpio by the shoulders and I turn him to look at me, and his bratty ass, just jankified costume. I'm like, you know what? I know a guy. Have anyone been taking your pictures lately, Scorpio?
No, not that I know of.
Okay, great. Not yet. Okay, so don't worry about it. Listen, we're gonna get you fixed up real nice. You're gonna look like a real hero. See, appearances are important. Don't let people fool you, okay? People need to be able to see something that they believe in, that they can trust, all right? And this, you look like you're gonna knock over a liquor store. You can do better than this, my friend. Don't you worry. You stay with me. I'm gonna take care of you, okay? Scorpio, right? Scorpio?
Yeah.
That's pretty brandable. Gonna need to get a logo working for you. Don't worry. I know some people will take care of it. Have you ever been to Hobby Lobby?
A couple times.
Okay, well, all right. Do you know the one down on Paramount Street?
Yeah.
Go there, Great. Go there, ask for Katarina. She'll take good care of you. Don't you worry about it.
Okay.
And then we'll get some good photos. We'll make sure you're properly recognized. You know what? I'm sure we can work something out, you know. Some photos in the paper. You'll look great, friend.
All right. Sounds good. I'll go there sometime.
Sometime.
I'm just kind of standing there really awkwardly, like, okay.
Yeah. This will be when Mind Mage and his other police officer, much lower rank, just a real foot soldier, walk up. And he's like, Frostbite, this man has some information that I think you want to know.
What's my mage's costume like? Is it balling out of control, or is it also...
Scorpio, Demos.
Okay.
Good to see you both.
Huh?
Frostbite, good to meet you.
I don't think Demos is visible right now.
Oh, okay.
Or, I mean,
Yeah,
now
sure.
this is more public. I've kind of slid back in because we're over in the more public area.
I think he's just like he
In
just
your
like
suit.
appears behind us.
You know, I just kind of slink my way in a little bit unnoticed until he mentions my name, and then people
your
go,
suit?
"Wait, you've been here the whole time?" Yeah, and my suit and teeny masquerade mask that conceals my identity. Air quotes.
Hello, Lone Ranger.
Oh man, not like Army Hammer masquerade mask. You know, I guess it is kind of exactly like the Incredibles masquerade mask. Exactly like that. Exactly like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no
Ranger.
problem.
All right.
Maybe you're just sitting on an empty bed,
Oh.
reading a newspaper.
Yeah, you know,
That's
just
all
read
it
a
is.
newspaper, legs crossed, entirely too nonchalant.
Holes cut out of the center of the newspaper. Is that?
Dusty. Okay, yeah. So
And nobody even noticed I was really in the room until Mind Mage goes, "Oh, hey, Demos." Yeah, works for me.
Okay. So we have a big problem. I've identified 6 people in the crowd that I believe were part of the. And,
You guys
I
know each
start
other?
pointing-
Huh?
you and Frostbite and Mind Mage do not know each other.
Yeah, that's Frostbite says this, not
Okay.
Harold says this. I'm sorry, you guys all know each other? What's going on?
We've met.
Yeah.
Are you just like, who are you to Demos Frostbite?
Yeah, and who's this guy? Hey, Lone Ranger, who are you people?
I am Demos. I helped here too, I guess.
Oh, okay. And Mind Mage, right?
Yes.
I'm meeting a lot of new people today. This is tough to keep up with. Okay, so what's Mind Mage's
You're the
costume?
first Frostbite.
Does it look cool? Not so cool.
I don't know. What's your costume like, Mind Mage?
I imagine it's something pretty simple and easy to cover up. The primary color is purple with black edging. The top has short sleeves.
So is this just like a T-shirt you're wearing, or does this look like a superhero? We're having similarities with Scorpios or Frostbites. Do you look like a superhero?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a symbol on the outfit's chest, and there's also a certain kind of uniformy look to it, like it has epaulets.
Oh. Okay. All right. So what do you guys respond to when I'm clearly confused and startled by the fact that you all seem to know each other?
I think we all were just like, we've met.
Once.
Once. Yeah.
We met
like almost a
we
week
met
ago.
over the last explosive attack made by this group.
Wait,
You
so
do
this
know
This
is
is the
talk
last
about that.
tragedy around this
Well,
city that
we-
happened less than a week ago.
we found the thing. So, well, no. We were investigating it. It didn't happen less than a week ago. We met less than a week ago.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it happened before then. True.
So I
It
turn
happened
to
like
him.
10 years ago or something.
I turn over to Mind Mage and I say, "Wait, the Order of the Ouroboros did this too."
Yes. And some of them are still here at the site right now. And I need you guys' help to round them up.
I nod.
What do you mean they're here right now? What is? How could you possibly know that? Where?
Okay. The closest one. Yeah. Sir. With the even as everyone around him
I'm
is
having a hard time hearing.
looking that way towards the sparks coming off, while he is instead focused on maintaining eye contact with that person over there in the cleanup outfit who's not actually cleaning up.
So your evidence is he's looking at a guy?
So have you guys have like kind of stepped out of this tent now and are, so you're trying to point these guys out in the crowd?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Okay.
I do it with small gestures that hopefully won't communicate to them because I don't want to communicate to the bad guys that have noticed them yet.
Right. So I don't think from where you are you can point out all 6 of the guys you've identified, but
Okay.
you can definitely point to probably even just 2 that you can see directly from where you are. The rest are kind of in the midst of the crowd.
Okay.
Because you guys are like in here, and they're all like intermixed throughout the crowd. Most of them appear to just be bystanders, people kind of watching the commotion.
Okay.
Okay, well, let's say you're right, and these are members of the Ouroboros organization. Well, I mean, what do you want us to do about it? I mean, we can't just arrest them without cause.
We could just, tail them.
That's
Okay.
true.
That sounds like a fine job for you gentlemen. I wish you all the best of luck.
So you're just gonna let us
And
go?
what will you be doing in the meantime? Yeah, just gonna leave.
I'm gonna go try and help these people that are in the tents and stuff. I'm gonna go maintain public relations. I mean, you guys have currently presented my character with no information. Like, it's just like there's a guy and he looks suspicious. Seems to
Fair enough.
Mhm.
All right.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Well-
Sure.
I roll my eyes, kind of like, all right, whatever. Dude's got his things to do. Let's go figure out what's up with these people.
Well, do you want to be stuck inside the tent when one of them, if one of them draws a weapon and starts attacking others?
Would
Which
you
they're
rather?
probably going to do in the next 10 minutes.
Wait, hold on. What makes you think they're going to attack people?
Would you rather me not be in a tent and he just attacks innocents?
I just want to know what makes you think they're going to be attacking people.
I don't know. This guy seems to know a lot of stuff.
The 6 of them are coordinating their efforts together. And I believe they're working on a timetable.
Can I use my spidey sense now?
Yeah.
brought to
How's that
at least.
move work again?
I do some cool shit and I know what's up.
When your gut says you're in danger, does your gut say you're in danger?
Well, I mean, a guy right in front of me says so. So it seems like.
But you
That
almost
wouldn't
don't you not believe it? That almost seems like your gut doesn't, or are you getting like a sinking feeling in your stomach that like he's telling you the truth, and that he is telling you that
Well,
danger?
considering the fact, well, I'll say considering the fact that I just talked to a weird guy wearing all black who said, some organization I never heard of is responsible for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then some dude led it, and by police officers tells me that there's a member of an organization that are right here. It doesn't seem like a huge leap.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say like as much as you don't want to believe this man, like, you've got that
I don't
like,
want to be
gut
super
feeling
grouped
is
up.
like, I think he's telling the truth. So yeah, go ahead and roll your 2d6 plus investigate.
Okay, what's my investigate again? It is a righteous one.
Second best it could be.
All right. So
Nice.
you get to ask one of those questions.
Okay. Let's see here. Where is the danger coming from? Who is in the most danger, and how long before the danger manifests? If the answer is right now, then you've got just enough time to prepare an action. Well, they all seem good. Yeah, I'm gonna go with where's the danger going to come from?
It is going to come from right in the middle, like far out in this crowd.
So in the middle of the crowd.
Yep.
So
That's
where exactly are we right now?
you guys are all somewhere within these yellow lines, probably about where your icon is.
Okay.
So this yellow
Okay.
line that's like really small and stuff is the caution tape that was the perimeter that was set up.
Okay.
The
And
green
so in the middle
building,
of the crowd,
Six Flags
like, over
building.
here.
Yeah, even a bit further out. Even
So is this
Okay,
to
we're-
scale?
it's
or-
upscale, like way off.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
You can change the scaling though.
That's what 35 feet. Yeah, that's not quite right.
Hmm.
Okay.
I'm not sure how. Let me figure out how to change the
So-
scale.
If you go up to the page and then hit the gear on the page for the page options, you can change the scale there.
Page size, scale 1 unit. Okay, so let's just triple it. Yeah, that seems more reasonable. Yeah, so they're a little over, probably like 100 or so feet away.
Okay.
yeah,
And there's
so-
some. Is there? Do I know of anything amongst that crowd, like in the center, or is it just a mass of people?
For the most part, it's just a mass of people. It's your path is maybe I can try drawing that. The path that you came in on, it's kind of melting and stuff, but it's still there.
Okay. So do I think it's coming from a person or an object? Where's the danger coming from?
Where's the danger going to come from? That is definitely a person.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a person.
Okay. So this is. Can I see the guy from where we are?
No,
Okay.
you just have like a gut sense of kind of where it is.
Right. So I'm basically I'm walking away, but then like this thought comes to my mind, and
Yeah.
I turn back around towards the group and I go, "There's a man in the center of the crowd. We have to get to him now."
All right, awesome. What do you guys do?
Let me look at the moves real quick because I want to see what I can do.
Yeah, I would say go there.
Yeah, like I'm definitely just gonna start running to wherever it is, or maybe like you go to that one and I'll go to one of the other ones, or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, it works for me. We kind of like look at each other. You look one way, so I immediately look towards the other one, and then like we just kind of take off.
Yeah, so I'll go to like one of the ones Mind Mage pointed out, and like, yeah.
Okay, so you are there were two within sight of you from within the perimeter.
Hmm.
There was one guy dressed up as a worker who was inside the perimeter, and there was one guy close to the actual fence of the perimeter. You could conceivably be heading at either one of those. If you're heading to someone who was in sight that was pointed out to you.
I'll go to the one close to the perimeter.
Okay. And Demos, you wanted to head out after them, but you're not really sure where any of the rest are outside of those two.
So I'm doing it in low profile mode, which means like through shit.
Yeah, so
I'm not just, like,
you're kind of
following.
just in the ground.
Yeah.
Well, I
That
mean,
way
he could
I can-
he could go after the cleaner person, right?
I'm going after the worker. Yeah, you're going after the person just outside the
Right.
perimeter. So I go to the one who was inside the perimeter, the guy who was pretending to be a worker.
Okay.
Okay, and what about you, Frostbite? We know you kind of started taking off, but are you just running towards where your gut tells you that the danger is?
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously my first rodeo, so that's where I'm going to be booking it.
Yeah, yeah. So this blue and black path here was your old ice path, and
Yeah.
the actual danger probably ended up like down here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'll draw a circle or something for you.
I think it's Alt on the draw shape.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems about.
Okay.
So
yeah, so I want to
you're
hunt
just
that guy down.
yeah. Are you just kind of having people clear out of your way? Or are you going on your old path?
Yeah, I go on my old path, and I'm trying to shout people to just get out the way while I turn to make my way towards that guy.
Yeah, they're really good about it, but people are kind of starting to panic and run away. And I think I need you to make a defy danger move,
All right.
which
What do I roll for that?
this is about how fast you get there. So this is maneuver.
I'm sorry?
Maneuver. This is about how fast you get there.
Oh, well, maneuver's my specialty. I'm the best at maneuvering. Yeah, I'm there. I mean, I don't even know why. I run into a child. I stumble over.
Yeah, we got that
Excuse
worst
me,
outcome,
young lady.
hard bargain, or ugly choice.
I murder the
No,
child.
that's like a
Fine.
7 through a 9. This is a miss.
Oh,
I
wait,
don't
did I not roll
oh.
down enough? Oh, he got a 4, my bad.
Yeah.
I thought I was looking at the last roll, the 9.
No, I
No.
collapsed.
Yeah, no.
And that was for
Four.
defy danger.
Yeah.
Yes. So
I did not
Uh-oh.
divide.
you're acting despite an imminent threat, which is whatever danger that this guy was going to do.
Oh, balls.
And so as you skate, all these people they see and they're clearing out of your way, and most of the crowd has started to start running away. They don't know why, but they're running away. And you get to this guy, and
He murders me.
Yeah.
End.
what he does is he grabs his wrist, his right wrist and his left hand, and slaps both his hands right to his heart. He looks at you, he says, "The sky and sea were once sisters, flying together through the world." And then he
That's cool, bro.
yeah. And then he vaporizes in
Oh,
yeah, he's just literally vaporizes, and there's a cloud of green mist passing outwards.
oh, balls.
What do you do?
Oh,
Ah,
balls.
shit. I look at my powers for a second. Ah, shit.
It's definitely a mist. I'll throw that out there.
Okay. I try as best I can to just make it condense, right? I just try to I basically drop to a knee and close my eyes, right?
Mm-hmm.
With my hands on my ice patch that I was skating across, and I just try to make the surrounding area just as cold as I can to try and get it to condense, so that it doesn't spread super far.
Yeah, and I think it does. I think for the most part that all this, I think all this mist, for the most part, it collects, and you see it starting to form snowflakes, right?
Mhm.
And there's these like eerie green snowflakes. They're like a light pale green, and they just start slowly flurrying to the ground. Like it's a real light snowfall, and it's probably only for like the 7 or so feet around you. You're mostly caught in the middle of it.
That's probably super good for me.
Yeah, the guy's actually pretty. They wanted to help people. It's a new type of toothpaste, fluoride.
Now screw that. It's
Oh.
no, it's a competitor. We got to stop it.
It's a fluoride
Um,
gas. At least it's not fluoric
Yeah.
acid. That wouldn't be fun.
Well, fluoride gas wouldn't be
No, I said-
significantly better.
Yeah, fluoric gas
So-
isn't much better.
That's not a significant improvement. It's okay. I've got my helmet on. I'm sure it'll be fine.
So I think what you managed to do is you managed to redirect most of this explosion, and it's mostly rendered harmless for the people in the crowd. But you are definitely taking the moderate condition poisoned.
Excellent. That's a good one. Love that. That's great. No, I always wanted that. I'm fucking glad you gave that to me. I knew that.
It's actually like the venom toxin.
Oh yeah, that's cool. So now I dance really poorly. Is that,
That's the gist of it. Yes.
I comb my
You
hair
have
to
like
the
an
other
emo
side.
phase.
It's fine. I coif my hair to the other side. It'll be fine.
Your quaff has actually like lost a lot of its life.
No, God, the humanity.
It specifically targets quaffs.
I weep. I
Yeah.
drop to my knees and I just scream out to the sky.
Scorpio, as Frostbite goes skating off down his path, the guy you're after is kind of made aware of the fact that they've been outed,
Yeah.
and I think he turns to just run.
I
What
want
do you do?
to spew venom to incapacitate him. It's like a paralyzing
You
venom.
want- Okay,
They could take down.
It's a simple
that is
power
a
for me.
takedown.
Um,
That is, you are 100% trying to take this guy down.
I think it's maneuver, right? Because it's like positioning where I can hit him and not anybody else, and I don't really think Smash has anything to do with it. Because it's like a projectile thing.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Range is typically dexterity.
Yeah. Alright. Here goes 12! Good
Okay.
rolls. Alright, cool.
That's a good roll. I didn't roll that well. That must feel good to get that roll.
Yeah. So I get
I
to
wonder what
choose
that-
3. Okay.
I bet you feel like a cool person right now who's not poisoned. But
Oh, big sneeze, cat.
wow. Okay.
um
Yeah, I see how it is.
so I'll choose. So is like paralyzed a condition?
Yeah.
What kind is it? Like minor, moderate, critical.
Moderate for just mooks.
Okay.
It's critical for like tougher guys.
Yeah, so I'll spend 2 of my 3 hold for the moderate condition paralyzed, and I'll spend 1 to take no harm in the doing.
Okay. So yeah, you what does it look like when you lob your venom? Since this is the first time we're seeing you do it.
So it's more like you know the jet set on a hose?
Yeah.
It's like that, but it shoots out of my hand.
So it's like, or I guess I don't know which one the jet set is. Is the jet like the multiple bursts?
No, it's like that one solid stream.
The high pressure one.
Yeah, the high pressure stream.
Okay.
But it, like, I think it only lasts for, like, a second or two before I have to stop and then, like, readjust.
Okay. Yeah. So I think you blast this guy square in the back, and he falls to the ground. Lands hard on, like, he's falling on his chest, but his arms were in the right place to break the fall.
So he has broken wrists.
Nah, he didn't.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, okay, cool. I stopped him and I paralyzed him. We're good.
Yeah. So Demos is moving on to his guy. What's Mind Mage doing?
My mage is doing crowd control, making sweeping, pointing gestures away from the danger, and like working to move people away as efficiently as possible.
Okay. I'm not sure if there's a move that's necessarily rolled by that. I think you're just kind of successful in your attempts, right?
I mean,
What were you thinking, Griffin?
I'd say there could be an argument made for serve and
Never mind,
protect,
you can bond for
but
that.
I also don't think that, like, any of those really make sense for what he's doing.
I would agree, and I was thinking about serve and protect as well.
But yeah, like, I don't think the, like, benefits to rolling well really make sense for what he's doing.
Yeah, it's the thing with serve and protect is
Other than, like, reduce the
you're putting
effectiveness.
yourself in harm's way
Right. Right.
to do it, which he's not doing. So
Uh-huh. So, yeah, I don't know.
I guess when you stand in defense of someone, or when an imminent threat or danger befalls them,
He's mostly just
Okay.
trying to move people out of the
I think
way.
there's the voice of reason move could be reasonable here, but that's not unlocked yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, to
Um,
someone outside the crowd, Mind Mage would probably be kind of like he's doing what he's doing to try and be as visible as possible. So to the bad guys in the crowd, he probably sticks out a lot as
Oh, that's reasonable. So yeah, you could roll serve and protect then if you want to.
sure.
And that would like let you open these attackers up to allies maybe.
Yeah, that could be really good that way.
Yeah, that would probably be the most useful way to spend the hold. So yeah, it's roll your protect stat.
Okay, Rich is 0. So straight to the 6.
Good rolls.
G.
Yeah.
Didn't lose that one.
So yeah, this is hold, so you don't have to spend it immediately. You can wait until these guys move on to the next. You can spend it right now to help Demos as he goes to attack the guy disguised inside the perimeter, which I think is where we're jumping to right now. What are you trying to do to this guy, Demos?
Well, okay, go first.
I was just gonna say I want to note for like Eeyore that like he has that hold and he can just let us know when he wants to spend it.
Yeah, it's just like hold in all the other
Yeah.
Apocalypse World games. It's a currency, and whenever any of these guys attack, feel free to jump in and say like, yeah, this guy is distracted by my efforts or something, or however we decide to read that will be helping. So yeah, how are you going about your
Well,
assault, Demos?
what is my guy? Has he also been made aware of that they've been made?
Yeah, the whole gig's up, man. Like the crowd's panicking.
All right, is he taking off? What's he doing?
No, he's not yet been identified. He's trying to blend in with the crowd, I think.
With the panicky crowd?
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm pretty much at this point kind of literally moving underneath his feet. As wherever he's kind of going, I'm going almost directly underneath him, and I'm just kind of waiting for an opening to where I can kind of come out of hiding without danger of hurting other people and quickly take him down. So I suppose he's running around trying to look panicked and everything like the rest of the crowd, and so he dives behind like a barrier of some sort, kind of like like the edge of a fountain maybe. And I kind of use that as my go-to. I hop through there, and then I try to take him down by coming out of that. So I'm assuming I probably roll a takedown.
Yeah, and so how are you taking him down?
Well, I try to. He's hiding behind the banister kind of thing of this fountain or whatever it is. Just like a 2-foot concrete banister or whatever. And I go through it, and I just kind of do my difficult move. I'm gonna go with, or it might actually be the hard one. I can't actually remember off the top of my head, which is to come partially out, and I just kind of put him in a sleeper hold.
Yeah, I think that's your
difficult.
difficult
To move.
because your borderlines to go into the tiny things.
So,
yeah, difficult is to pull somebody out. So I do my difficult thing, and I can just put him in a sleeper hold from coming out from behind him from this banister.
Roll 2d6 plus smash.
All right.
And we'll see how this goes.
Set up. My smash is a 1, so did that?
Yay!
Did it do
All right. It's 7.
So you can impose conditions. You can take no harm in the doing. You can take away an advantage. You can reduce the size of a mob by 1. That won't be very effective for where you are right now and what you're doing. But you could force a change of a location. I might make you choose 1 and force a change of location, because you kind of did that in your narrative.
Oh, okay. What, force the change of location?
Yeah, you kind of put him in a prime spot.
Yeah, okay. I did. I didn't mean. I was just kind of going with fiction or whatever.
No, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then I'll take 1. All right. So then I impose a condition. I put him in a sleeper hold. He's now unconscious.
Okay. Roll defy danger.
All right. And that's just
Yeah,
just 2d6.
I'm looking to see if there's any stat in particular. I think this is just naked 2d6 for this one. This is if him struggling with you breaks your concentration and kind of pulls you out of the building.
All right. So I'll just roll 2d6.
Mm-hmm. Seven. So, worst outcome, hard bargain, or an ugly choice? Yeah, as you're doing this, you don't manage to put him in a sleeper hold before he falls unconscious. Same gesture that was kind of described as earlier, and he grabs his right wrist with his left hand, slaps his chest to his heart. He doesn't say anything, and he explodes in a cloud of mist. You're taking.
That's a common problem, let me tell you. That happens.
You're actually stone when you come out of this, right? When you partially leave the object.
Yeah, I'm the material that it is.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Do you breathe when you're like this?
I don't need to, but like if
I don't
it's
even
not
think you have
something I ever have
lungs.
to do
Like,
when I'm in. I kind of go on
yeah, I don't think you
except
do.
for my
I don't think you
sentience,
do breathe.
because otherwise I'd drown in my transatlantic flights, and by flights I mean submarine trips.
Right. So I would give you the minor/moderate condition poisoned, but I just don't think it manages to take hold on you in your current states. I think your
Which is
rock-like
super
exterior
useful.
is useful for right now, but you did not succeed in capturing it.
Capturing him. All right, fair enough.
So I believe Mind Mage can still kind of identify the, particularly if, as he's put himself at kind of like a high vantage point, he can still identify the 3 remaining members.
Mm-hmm.
And you've seen, I suppose you've probably just seen 2 of them go up in smoke, I guess. And you've seen 1 successfully taken out. What do you want to do?
Okay. Let's see. So we've got 1 captured so far.
Yeah.
So, so what he's going to do is he's going to try and manipulate the crowd to enough to make an opening to let him get close to one of the remaining people.
Sorry, so who can get an opening? My mic messed up. Or, you just wanted to help who?
You know what? I'm gonna try and help open it up for Scorpio.
Okay.
Okay. So I think this is just a clear-cut aid and interfere roll. In which case, you'll get to roll your bond with Scorpio.
Does he not get it as
Yeah.
part of
Don't
the
fuck it
serve
up.
and protect?
Yeah. Oh, are you using that hold?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We'll use that hold for it.
Yes, you can use
the open up the attacker to an ally, giving the ally a bonus. So I'll give a +1 bonus to Scorpio.
Yeah, so I think you're probably like managing to reach some people and yell at them, and like, you know, you don't want to go that way, and like Scorpio, it's you know, it's a fairly normal looking person. He's got just a you know, striped button up shirt, short hair, jeans, and I think he's identified to you by Mind Mage, and he's trying to duck into and out of the crowd, especially as like people are made aware of it and are kind of trying to get away from him, but he's trying to stay packed in, almost like he's playing Assassin's Creed or something.
Right. Okay. There's a question. Okay. I guess... Actually, let me look over my stats, because I might have a 0 in that and not want to do it. Yeah, I do. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and, like, hit him with the same thing I hit the other guy with. Like, maneuver and get a good shot and knock him out again.
Okay.
Or paralyze him, I guess.
Yeah,
Okay.
so roll 2d6 plus maneuver.
Remember, you got a +1.
And then
Yeah,
the
so
extra
plus
+1.
2.
Yeah.
2d6 plus 2.
12!
All right.
It's weird though because I keep getting 12s, which means I don't need the bonus. Oh well.
It's true, you didn't.
It's fine though. I'm totally fine with
Yeah,
rolling well.
That's tough for you.
It's so hard.
How will you recover?
Yeah, how will I recover from Nuffle smiling upon me for once? It's okay, guys. I'm gonna crit fail every roll that has to do with my personal life.
Yep.
So yeah,
That's okay. I'm probably gonna nail that.
takedown again, right?
Yeah, so that was a takedown again, yes.
I think I'm gonna do the same thing. Spend 2 for the moderate paralyze, and spend 1 to take no harm in the doing.
Okay.
I don't know if there's any actual risk, but I'm just using that because I don't know that any of the others are gonna make a difference.
No, it's... So, here's, I think, the thing. If you take no harm in the doing, there's probably not going to be any blowback. But if you force a change of the location, you're probably not going to get anyone else.
Right. Okay. It's a temporary paralysis. I can help them. It's fine if it overlaps because it's not, deadly at all. It's literally just there to stop people from getting away. So, I'm fine with the overlap, I think.
Yeah, okay, so you fire the stream of toxin out of your hand again. And, it hits this guy pretty square on, but I think a splash gets a young man, right on his leg.
Yeah, I don't think it, fully paralyzes him either. It might just, make that leg numb.
No, yeah, I think it knocks his leg out, and he tumbles.
Mhm.
But that's about it. He's
No, that wasn't me. He tripped over another one of the mobbing crowd. What are you talking about?
yeah, and so you probably see him, and he gets up and tries to limp forward, and but he just totally, as soon as he tries to put any weight on that leg, he's down again.
Mhm.
And it's actually probably becoming quite dangerous for him, considering the hysteria around him and the mass panicky people and how being on the ground is dangerous for people in those situations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
That's cool.
let's jump over real quick to Frostbite and see what.
Speaking of people lying on the ground in a dangerous situation, I'm sure nothing bad.
Yeah, well, not much time
So why
has
don't you
passed
tell me
at all
what
since.
poison, because the moderate effect has a specific thing associated with it. So what's my newfound, shall we say, opportunity to overcome, right?
Yes.
What do I get to enjoy with this new experience? Am I just really hungry for Cheetos?
Got the munchies.
Yeah, I don't.
just get up and I'm like, dude, I could use some Cheetos.
I certainly don't think it's actually manifesting anything at all right now.
Yes. All right.
It
feel
could
great.
even be considered a minor condition, honestly, considering those are the differences between them. The only reason I listed it as moderate is because it's not quite as simple as a minor to get fixed.
Okay. So what does it cost?
You have no idea.
Good. Well, I get up feeling great. Save the day. So I look around.
I mean, it's a great photo op if someone were to look at you and take a
I'm
picture, but no
I'm
one
sure.
is.
That's the worst. God, I stay for a little longer than maybe necessary, just in case somebody got a good shot. And I stand up and I look about, and so the guys that were pointed out to me initially by Mind Mage, they've been handled. One of them's
Yep.
poof, and they got the other one.
Yep.
So I do probably see. I see Limpy. I assume he seems to be, he's got some troubles.
Yeah. If you were to take a chance and look around, you might definitely see him.
Yeah.
I don't think it's unreasonable.
Yeah, I mean, most of the crowd is kind of dispersing, right?
Yeah. Though there are a lot of people around him, but I think you can catch sight of him.
Okay. Well, do I see any other trouble? Anyone else troublemaking? Any other
Why don't you roll that move? Examine.
I mean, I'm pretty good at that.
So it's 2d6 plus investigate.
Yeah. Nah, I don't know.
Oh, wow, this is not going your way.
I'm new to the superhero biz. It's fine.
It's showing.
Though. Okay. Cop an attitude. That's
Yeah.
all right. Can I still go help Limpy, or do I just look confused?
Well, so the thing is, I get to make a move right now, right?
Oh,
So I'm
you
gonna-
do?
I get to make a move anytime you guys miss a roll.
I
Yeah.
turn around and a fist meets my face. There's a gun in my mouth.
Oh no, it's much worse than that. Believe us.
You get exploded
turn
by a
around
venom
and-
cloud.
All of the sudden, yeah, the venom. No, I'm gonna look at my list of moves real quick, and
The venom is in my eyes.
so
I'm
like
gonna be Daredevil after this.
the Solace has a move similar to this in like Apocalypse World, right, where she gets to like look out and like survey the danger in a situation and like figure out where the safe places are. And if you miss the move, it means that
You're standing on a landmine.
yeah, you get caught. You spend just a bit too long looking. So here are my moves. Okay.
Super poisoned. I
Um,
die. I just fall over.
Will he be back next issue? Find out next time.
Find out next issue.
He will be, but his origin story will be totally different. And his name
so this is something I really
Limpy.
wanted to do,
Limpy picks up the crystal.
Oh, well, I'm glad I could accommodate.
and
I'm here to help.
you see
A demon.
while you're looking, a hand grabs yours,
Good.
and
I
it's
give it some toothpaste.
before you have a chance, all you notice is
Oh.
that it's like a really cold hand. Like
Oh,
no,
yeah?
no blood flow, but you know what they say: cold hands, warm hearts.
Yeah.
And it's and she starts leading you and saying like, "You got to come with me right now," and you start running.
Yeah, in my poisoned state, I'm sure I'm just down with it. Sure, let's go that way. Strange lady with cold hands.
And she's totally leading you just further, I guess, south,
Mhm.
down this way,
I have bad
towards
parents. I follow her implicitly.
towards an alleyway, and
Do I see her, or are my eyes still just
yeah,
rolling
yeah,
in the
no,
back of my
you
head?
see her at this point, and
Cool. What's she
she's
like?
got all you can see is, you know, her back. You know, she's
Mhm.
leading you, but she's got a hooded kind of cloak on, right? That goes down like through most of her back. It's blue and white,
Oh, that's cool.
blue with like white trim, light blue.
Mhm.
She's
Oh.
She's my apprentice.
Hmm?
Continue. She's blue and white.
yeah,
She's
and
got a cape. She's got like a hood on.
Traveling cloak.
It's a yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yo.
sorry, it goes down definitely. It goes down like halfway down her legs.
Well, that's disappointing.
That's traveling cloak.
It's total traveling cloak. It's like a winter's thing, like something you'd see
Right.
people wearing in like Lord of the Rings, like.
It blows
Except-
up in my face a
or not
little
Lord
bit,
of
and I
the
spit.
Rings, And she's got just a hood over her face, and she's not wearing any shoes or really any real pants. It's just kind of like a skirt, I guess. And she's got just like snow white feet.
The branding opportunities are incredible.
And she takes off and she's running down this alley where she turns, and
And I'm rummaging through my knapsack for some more toothpaste. I assume.
I think you might be all out.
Oh no!
You've had lots
Is
of
this
opportunities.
the effect? Is this the moderate effect of the poison? God, this is way too rough.
You spill all your
That was
toothpaste.
actually the move I made for your failed roll, is take away their stuff.
I look back and I'm so sad, and I see like one person's foot step on one of the tubes, and it squirts out in slow motion, and just a single tear.
So she looks at you and she goes, Harold McGregor.
Ooh.
So has the poison? Am I languid or anything, or am I totally legit?
You're totally legit.
I go, hello, I am Frostbite. I am not this. Was it Harmon? You said I am not. I am no Harmon, ma'am.
She's like, Frostbite was a strong and powerful man.
I am a strong and powerful man.
A friend and ally of mine.
Just like Crest Whitening, it is strong and powerful to help you kick Plaque's butt.
She's like, I need you to come with me right now.
Is that a euphemism? That was the poison talking.
She goes, yes, the poison. And she's actually like super interested in the poison.
Yeah.
And she goes,
Too.
we've been following these guys, and we weren't expecting them to unleash this like this. We don't know what it will do, but we think we might be able to help you. And then I think she actually like stops and like looks at you, and she's just like, that was actually pretty brave what you did.
I go.
And she's
Stay cool.
totally like surprised.
Wait.
Starting to run out of the one-liners.
They just. Well, I'm languid right now. I
Yeah.
think the poison's having an effect. So I go. Okay, well, not to be rude, but I'm so. Who are you?
She goes,
It's Snowflake.
Mhm.
You're.
I was a friend of Frostbite's. We were allies in a way, too. But we've met before, too.
Awesome.
And, she, boy, how would she communicate? I think she just says something out into the air, right?
Sure.
And, all of a sudden, you two are someplace very, very different.
A lot of people have that cool ability, I've noticed. That's a good one.
I'm a fan of teleporting abilities. This is not the same. There was no hexagonal portal.
I gotcha. Oh, I'm gonna tell you right now, Harold's having a very stressful day. Like, this is not what Harold signed up for. He's met like 6 weird people all in one day. One of them turned into a green mist, and he inhaled it, which is probably great.
It's really good for you.
I inhaled this guy.
So, I think
It's as good as
I think
swallowing
before we
Crest
get to what
Whitening.
Harold sees, how are the rest of our 3 dealing with the panicky crowd and suicide bombers?
How many were there? 6?
There were
Yeah,
6.
4 have been taken down.
How many have we got?
4.
All right, and the other
Well,
2
2 took themselves down.
Right.
Well, I mean, look, I encourage one. I'm. You know what?
Yeah. You played a big part in this. And you saved a lot of people from a poison that you had no idea what it did.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm about to find out, though. I'm going to be an expert on it pretty soon.
No one will know more. So, yeah. What are the rest of you guys doing about these last 2 remaining guys?
how's Limpy doing?
How is Limpy doing? He's not great. I think he's mostly disappeared
Like under the crowd?
from. Yeah. I think he's mostly obscured from your view.
Yeah, I'm going there. I'm not going to let anybody die on my fault.
Awesome. Are you just running?
Yes, because I don't want to create a big hole in the ground for people to fall into.
Totally reasonable. I believe this is serve and protect.
That's what I'm good at.
Do it.
9. Let's see. What
So
can I
that's
do?
a whole of 1.
Yeah. I guess reduce effectiveness of an attacker condition to like help him not get hurt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's really reasonable to me. And I think the way you do that is you pick him up and kind of carry him out of like the throng of people.
Yeah.
Because while he still has the minor condition, paralyzed in his leg, like he can be moved with help.
And he won't
And
get,
you're probably
trampled.
not even carrying him. You're probably just like, yeah, you probably just have like, he's got one shoulder on you and is using you as a crutch with his one good leg.
Yeah, he's doing the football player walk off the field.
Yeah. Exactly. So, perfectly reasonable line of action. I think you probably end up going back through the crowd and into the perimeter area because it's quiet in there and safe for him. And like you probably give him a spot to sit down before. Well, what do you do? You get him there and you sit him down, and then what do you do from there?
And then I start scanning, like, I guess I look to Mind Mage to see if he can point out one of the other two for me.
Okay. Demon, what are you doing after this guy blew up in your arms?
I retreated back into the banister thing that I was in, and then came out rather inconspicuously, and is kind of just looking around, kind of trying to help people not panic and shit. Looking around for any of the 4 supers or policemen that I've just kind of interacted with before shit hit the fan.
Yeah, you see Demos. He's not too far from you.
Demos sees Demos?
Who do I see?
Demos, Mind Mage.
Okay.
Okay.
You're looking in a mirror. You see Demos, and then you realize that it's just a reflective piece of glass, and we have this image as you just contemplate is like, is this who I am? No.
Or no, actually, I've just met Mystique.
Yes. She's gonna show up at one point, I swear to God.
Oh god, that's going to be
She's
confusing.
probably dragging me by the hand right now. She's gonna eat my soul.
Yeah, who knows?
To her
All
dark
right, so I
realm.
see Mind Mage. I suppose I'm going to kind of just check base with him, make sure everything's, nobody's harmed, and we're still kind of good to go.
So, do you walk or do you...
Yeah, I
That's
walk
traffic.
just for the sake of not being conspicuous, disappearing into floor and back out, and he's not that far away.
Yeah, he's not. So yeah, you get there, no problem. You're probably seeing him approach too. And
Yeah.
but what do you say when you get to him?
Well, first, I just ask if he's okay, if everything's, he's not harmed or anything like that, and then I ask, and then I'm kind of just, thinking out loud, really, like, what should our next move be? Like, where should we go from here? How are we going to go about, interrogating the 2 dudes we did end up getting down before they blew up into green mist?
Yeah.
And,
So, Well, what do you say when Demos walks up and is kind of just like, where do we go from here?
See, how many of the 6 are left right now?
There are
2?
2 left, and I think one is probably that you've probably lost one of them.
Okay. There's one target remaining.
Oh, really? Is he still? Is he not left the plaza at all? He's still here.
If you were to point him out, he is well down at the end of the block, over yonder direction.
All right. Now, do I want to take him out, or do I want to? He's just sticking around. He's not doing anything. Like leaving.
Oh, he's totally leaving.
Oh, so then
He's walking further to
all right.
the east.
So then all right. Well, mind mage, should we take him down or should we tail him?
Okay, so Mind Mage is gonna look at him and try and determine whether he's trying to escape or if he's trying to position himself to gas people. Would that be an examine?
I think it would, but I think you can actually kind of just tell by looking at him that he's just leaving. There's not enough people around him that you just don't think it's likely.
All right. Okay. So if that's the case, I probably want to tail him to see where he's leaving to.
Awesome.
Because we have 2 guys captured, so I don't need to capture a third. They're working for the same dude. It'd be more useful for us to actually know where he's going.
Yeah. So do you tell Mind Mage that you're going to follow him, or do you just kind of take off?
Yeah, no, I'm like my mage. I'm gonna tail this guy, and then I do so without waiting for objection.
Okay. So you're doing the gather intel move.
Yep, that's a special move, right?
It's a special move. It's 2d6. For this, you are going places you shouldn't be, and being stealthy. So roll maneuver.
All right, so 2d6 plus 2. Nice.
Yeah, killer. So you get to ask one of those questions on that list.
For a 10?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, 10 plus. Yeah, I can ask one of the questions.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. I'm looking at it now. Oh, it's a special move. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
All right. I'm not sure what I want to know yet. I guess would be not sure. I guess probably just where. I guess I'd just be where can I find their headquarters or wherever he's headed off to, because I'm tailing him.
It's going to be a while before you find his headquarters.
Well, I mean, I'm not necessarily looking for his headquarters. I'm just looking for wherever he's going to.
No, I'm telling you, you can find his headquarters.
Let this all blow over or whatever he's doing.
So here's the deal: you follow him, and the thing is, like, this is your deal, right? This is what you did. This is what you do.
Yeah, this is like what I do. Like, it's not really an issue.
Yeah. So you follow him, and I think before we find out exactly what you see, we'll cut and figure out what's up. Oh wait, the other guy already escaped. Yeah, so never mind. You follow him, and there's a safe house, and you follow him and the other guy there, and they look at each other and they say, some hands were forced, but ultimately we did what we set out to do. And they start to head off again, and they totally split up. And you can keep following the guy you were following. You can start following the other guy, or you can try to take them out as well. Those are, I think, the three. Or you can just leave.
I'm gonna tail the new guy.
You're gonna tail the new guy?
Yeah, so not more another gather intel roll.
Nah, this is all part of the same one.
All right, cool.
So, and this is where I said it would take a while. Like, if you want to stick through and tail this guy for a while, you'll get somewhere useful. But for now, they've kind of split up. They're laying low. He's probably at just like his house, or like a safe house type deal. And it's probably going to be like 12 to 18 hours before like he next like goes to talk to useful people.
Mm-hmm. So I suppose I can, once I found where he's kind of laying low, I'll just kind of note it and try and head back to meet up with the other supers I was with earlier. Try and touch base and then tell him that I've maybe found a lead to at least some connection of some sort, and that we should go stake this dude's house out, or safe house, or whatever he's at.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, I guess I go back after finding a safe house.
Yeah, so where this guy, it seems to be where he's settled down for right now. And you make your way back. What are Scorpio and Mind Mage, what are you guys doing while he's following this guy? I imagine it's probably like 20 minutes or so, at least, one direction, so you've got a little while before he returns.
So has the crowd like thinned out?
Yeah, the crowd is mostly gone.
So like after I got that guy like put down,
And
went,
the police officers are definitely clearing people out too.
yeah, like I went over to go talk to Mind Mage. Like, what do we do? Like, is there anybody else we need to get, or what?
As far as you're aware.
Friend that you guys might want to. You guys miss. He was a cool guy. He gave you some nice toothpaste.
Don't worry, that's coming up.
Yeah, I don't think Mind Mage really noticed that whole, and he was the only one really in a position to have. I might be wrong. Maybe he did.
That's too bad. Maybe he should roll for it.
Yeah.
Like a high DC or something. Or he could just not know. Whatever. It doesn't matter.
I think it's just tough. Like, was Mind Mage kind of focusing on that, or would he have been looking elsewhere?
He was directing
on
on
what?
people, I guess.
Would he have noticed Frostbite being let off by?
Oh, right.
Or was he kind of focused on the Order of Ouroboros members?
He would have been focused more on the Ouroboros folk.
I hope this is just the last y'all ever see of Frostbite. He just never. He's just gone forever. What happened? I don't know.
He was there and then he
Frostbite.
wasn't.
Frostbite's in heaven now.
That's cool. It was a powerful poison.
And he's gone.
Cut to the rolling green hills.
Yeah, that I'm scampering through with my dog Skip from all those years ago. I gotcha.
And it's just, yeah, this place is just, it's empty. It's quiet. It's mostly a plain, blue skies, white puffy clouds.
So are we on like a physical plane?
Yes.
Is there like a green grassy plain or?
Yeah, it's a total like meadow type deal.
Oh. All right. That's some crazy stuff I just inhaled. I'm gonna tell you, you gotta watch out for that.
Can I get some more of that?
I don't know,
And
man,
it's
gonna interfere with my work.
Yeah, you know, it's like knee-high. It's knee-high grass.
Yeah.
And off in the distance, you see these just like golden tents set up.
Is the woman still with me?
Yeah, she's still with you.
Okay. And her frigid fingers.
Yep, and she starts leading you towards the tents. You know, they're like rectangular tents. They come to a point at the top. They're rather permanent.
I wobble as I walk, as I'm on ice skates. I'm coming.
She
Where are we?
let me double check.
She makes those disappear. She corrodes them with her mind.
No,
She stabs you with one. You have a
she
new condition.
she kind of takes one knee, touches the ground, and you see a similar path of ice stretch out in front of you.
Oh.
Um,
I mean, I'm like, hey, I can do that too. That's pretty cool.
she's like, I know, Harold.
I am Frostbite. I do not know this hairy man that you speak of. As cool as he may be.
I'm sure he's a really swell guy.
I bet he's super friendly and would love to have your number sometime, Miss. I'm sorry, you still didn't tell me. What's your name?
She just smiles and looks at you. She's like, soon enough, Harold.
Where are we going? Are we going to meet Jesus?
She looks at you and she's like, we'll get that. We'll figure out what that poison is in you soon. And
And
so
I guess I skate along as best as I can.
you skate and she's flying.
Oh, wait, come back.
She's like hovering next to you,
Oh,
but she can
that's
keep up
cool.
with you skating.
I think she's skating. You're good at skating. You're pretty good. Let's go.
You were apparently dosed with pure alcohol.
I
That
don't
is,
know what this was. You didn't tell me. You said some crazy green shit. I don't know what happens.
yeah. I'll take it. I didn't know what it was when I dosed you with it. I'm
Oh,
like, I don't know. This guy exploded into a green mist and it poisoned you. I'll figure that out off camera.
that's the best.
But yeah, see, we're coming up with it. It's like some kind of deliriant. It
Maybe
has,
a hallucinogen.
well, it certainly has mild
I wave at my grandmother as we pass her.
inebriation
am.
effects. I really don't. I don't think you don't see any like vivid hallucinations or anything like that. This whole thing might be a hallucination, but like
I'm 90%
it follows
certain
the
it is.
laws of reality.
Okay.
So you don't see like, but so yeah, she leads you to these tents,
These seem
and
cool. But they're
you
nice people in here.
you go through a few of them. You're not you go through them. You go past a few.
I just freaking plow through them. Just
Yeah.
There's just a Harold McGregor-shaped hole in the walls of every tent.
Yeah, you pass by several before you get to one, and when you enter in, and it's sort of cliche, but it is
Okay.
bigger on the inside, and it feels like an actual building. There's no more grass.
Uh-huh.
It's got a nicely tiled floor. You see an elevator actually ahead of you.
Oh. I wobble to it, I guess.
Yeah, she's like, we'll take the elevator.
I think that would be a swell idea. Miss.
I think she looks
Ma'am?
at you and she's like, you know, the old Frostbite, he had things he could do with his skates.
Okay. Well, these are a new pair, Miss. Anyway, and I am Frostbite. I do not know what you are talking about, ma'am.
And she just, you're gonna want to figure out
Have
a way.
you tried Crest toothpaste? It makes your whites whiter and your smile brighter.
I think she goes and she's like on her own feet. She
Yeah.
creates like a path of ice that is incredibly reminiscent of a skate.
Oh,
And she's just like
she wobbles next to me.
she wobbles next to you for a second and she just says, "There are other ways to go about it," and then she like wipes it off.
Oh,
That's
cool. You got some good powers. Yeah, I've met there's a lot of people with good powers today.
She's like, "Welcome to the world of the metahumans, Harold." And you go up the elevator. She presses the top button, the button for the top floor. I think we'll flash back to our.
Who is this Howard that you speak of? Anyway,
She just keeps rolling her eyes. She's like, I think she's like telling herself, "He's drugged. He's drugged. He's drugged." It's like, we'll get that poison out of you soon, Frostbite.
is that another euphemism? And then cut back. Okay.
He's drunk. He's drunk. I love it. Yeah. So, I think you get to Mind Mage, and he's like, "Yes, they've been neutralized," or something like that. I don't know how he would say it, but
Well, let's hear him say it.
that's.
Sorry, I got distracted for a second.
That's fine. We were jumping back to you guys, and
Yeah. Okay. Mind Mage is probably trying to interrogate one of the people who got captured.
okay. What does it look like when he's interrogating these people?
As I think of it as a kind of character deconstruction where you just kind of picking apart person's idiosyncrasies and their kind of emotional outlook to get them to lay bare what's going on.
Yeah. Awesome. So, I believe you want to roll examine plus your investigate. I guess it's always plus your investigate.
Yeah. Almighty RNG.
Praise RNGesus. RNGesus giveth, RNGesus taketh away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gave me a 4. What you got?
Yeah, Jesus didn't take much away from you today, Griffin.
Not much, no. He's been pretty pleased with me.
There you go. Welcome to the club, buddy. You're getting close. Maybe you'll come with me to heaven. Why don't you come?
No cigar, though.
When I did that, I inhaled a dead guy. I can't wait to see what happens to you.
Would it
You
be
also-
worse if he wasn't dead yet?
You also met Pretty Ice Princess.
How old is she, by the way? She's not like 13, is she?
No.
Okay.
No, she's
just
like
so I have to
1300.
change some of that dialogue.
If anything, it's like 1300.
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
So,
They're all beautiful in the dark.
Cougars, man.
probably really experienced for 1300.
He's really silent. You're breaking him down all you want, but he's certainly
It doesn't help much when his tongue can hardly move.
he's a good cult master member, and he's not really giving anything up. And God, thank you, bookmark. I hate this book. It's like glossy pages and hardcover, and it's just like
It's
I can't
too
dog
pretty.
eat it or anything. It's too pretty. It is. Yeah, he's just staring at you this whole time, Mind Mage.
I'm not saying anything.
No.
Well, this is interesting. They're resilient to being talked to.
I'm gonna
Okay.
I'm gonna help the cops go grab the other one.
Yeah, I think for the most part the cops have kind of just ignored him. They're trying to secure the rest of the scene, and this guy's just laying on the ground.
Mhm.
I don't think they quite know what to make of him. They certainly haven't really identified him as a bad guy or anything.
Yeah, like I want to explain the situation to them, basically.
Okay, yeah. So, I don't know. Maybe you find Sergeant Johnson. You can see him around,
Mhm.
and you get attention, and he's just like, just awful business, Scorpio. It's like, can I help you with anything?
Well, for a little bit of explanation, Mind Mage helped us identify the ones that were attacking. That's who he's interrogating now, and the other one that I have down over here. And they need to be taken into custody. The other
Do you
two,
like gesture towards
Yeah.
Mind Mage and stuff? Yeah. So
Yeah.
he's just like,
one Demos went and tailed, and two of them detonated themselves in some way.
Sergeant Johnson has not really been following you this whole time.
I don't even get to mention.
And Frostbite's the only name he would recognize.
Oh,
I know, right?
I don't did. Oh yeah, no. Frostbite.
Yeah,
No, since I mentioned one went detonated, one that Demos took down detonated, and one that Frostbite went to fight detonated, and they both managed to minimize the effects of the attack.
So he's this Sergeant Johnson, and he's just he
Only
pulls out
one of
another
two.
cigarette, and he looks at you, and he's just like, he's got like fingers on the bridge of his nose. It's just like they detonated.
They
Or suicide bombers.
they turned into poison gas. I don't know what to make of it.
It's like, Christ, this is all
Would
about.
he have heard them say anything, or was Frostbite the only one that the guy said something to?
Frostbite so far has been the only one that these
Okay.
guys have said something to.
Gotcha.
And, yeah, you were like way outside the line, and I was right next to
Yeah,
the
yeah, I
line.
wouldn't have heard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus the screaming
And
crowd.
he's just like, okay. And he flags down his lieutenant and just says, you gotta come look at this. And I think he leads you over. He like walks over towards where you pointed out one of the incapacitated guys with his boss, and you're certainly invited along to follow.
Yeah, just in case the boss has questions, I will.
Yeah. And so, so your paralysis agents, are they stiff or do they just lose control?
They're limp. It's like everything's numb, and they don't
Okay.
have control over it.
Okay.
So that's probably
So
why,
y-
the falling impact isn't as bad, is because they fall limp instead of rigid.
Yeah, that's makes sense. Um, so
I'm not tech.
they I think they like roll him over onto his back and handcuff him before they kind of like sit him up and like prop him against anything. And then they look to you and they're like, "How long you think this will last?"
Alright. Here's where we make decisions. An hour, 2 at most.
That was a good decision by me.
All right. And it's like, all right. I think they like snap some fingers in front of him. It's like, hey, scumbag, can you talk? And I imagine he doesn't answer.
I mean, that's up to you.
No, it's kind of your poison too.
Yeah, I mean,
He tells us everything right
yes.
now.
He says everything. No, I think it's more of like a, like limb movement thing. Like, it's not gonna turn everything off, just like
Sure.
it stops people from...
We're playing a superhero game.
Yeah, exactly.
And we can take liberties with how it works
Besides,
and not be
I-
scientifically accurate.
It also wouldn't be very convenient to shut down the entire central nervous system.
Yeah. And so maybe we can have seen this in the interactions with Mind Mage and the other guy, where, while not telling him anything, he's talking.
Right.
He's saying, "Screw you."
I think it like very specifically does not target the brain itself, but the connections to everything. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
And so he kind of just spits. It's not even like a really good spit. It's just like a ta, because that's about all he can manage.
Hmm.
And
So you guys got like an
and
hour.
you hear him say like,
Coffee.
what have you done?
Well, you're not moving, so about what I expected.
You see his eyes move. And I think you get the impression that if he could like move his head to look around at himself, he would. But just his eyes kind of going back and forth. He's like, "What is this?"
I shrug. There. I answered your questions, now you answer theirs.
So, I mean, the cops are just like... The cops, they just ask him, who do you work for? Why did you do this? Were you involved in the bombing?
Where are the drugs?
And he's totally just stonewalling them.
I think while they're doing that, I slink away to where I hid my bag, and I check my phone, and what time is it?
It's only like 4:30.
Okay.
Oh, man, I'm gonna be late for soccer practice.
No, I was making sure I didn't miss my bus. Also making sure my family's not, like, panicking, but they probably are because, I was downtown and this happened.
Yeah, that's totally true. I don't think it's unreasonable that you have a text on your phone from about like 45 minutes ago,
The lines are all
and,
flooded.
and some like
It's
missed
fine.
calls
Yeah.
saying like, "Call me as soon as you can. I need to know you're okay," from your mom,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
She's weeping openly on the phone. You're a horrible person. You're a bad son.
No voicemail, just
Yeah. That's what
like,
I was...
four
That's,
missed calls
like,
and
that's
a
kind of what I
text
figured.
saying, Yeah, good call.
So yeah, I'm gonna like call her back and be like, I just got caught up in the crowds here. I'm all right. Yeah, everything's been kind of crazy this afternoon. Dust everywhere. Like play it off like no big deal. Just there's dust
Yeah.
all over the city, and that's the worst thing that happened to me.
Do we have a last name for you? I'm just curious.
I haven't thought up one yet. You're free to make one.
Okay, I haven't either. She's like, oh, thank goodness. I was so worried about you. What with the explosion at your lab and now this, I couldn't help but think the worst.
Yeah, well, thanks for worrying, but I'm all right.
Be home soon. I know it's gonna be a mess downtown, but
As soon as
we're
I
all
can
worried
be.
about you. And, it might be crazy out there still.
Get home as soon as I can be.
She's like, I love you, Alan. Be safe.
Love you too. Hang up. Yeah. Okay, cool.
All right.
Yeah, just making
Oh.
sure my family doesn't castrate me when I get home.
It's reasonable. They are part of your protect thing.
Hmm.
So,
Do I get service out in this other plane of existence that I'm in? Maybe my secretary sent me a text about the meeting I have next Wednesday.
do you check your phone?
Probably.
Uh,
Nah, I don't know. It's probably not on me, actually. I don't know. Would it be on me? Let me think. Yeah, I gotta keep my phone on me. I mean, I gotta keep contacts. It's a social game, man. You gotta stay up to date.
I mean, you do
of
have
course,
your
Before I
utility
came
fanny
by,
pack.
I got in my in my fanny pack. I also had my cell phone because I had to tweet that I was going to the explosion to save some lives.
Yeah, hashtag frostbite. Frostbite.
Yeah.
Stay fresh.
Mhm.
Yeah, so you do check your phone.
While I'm in the elevator with mystery girl.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
And you do get reception.
Oh, nice.
I think you no missed calls or anything.
Oh, that's too bad. No one knows me.
Yeah. I don't
Okay.
think. Let me double check your bonds. I looked at them earlier, but I didn't quite get to absorb them.
It's fine. Maybe like my friend sent me like a dank cat meme. I'm like, oh, that Benny.
Jet fuel can't melt steel beams, but dank memes can.
Well,
Yeah,
So anyway,
I think you
there's
get.
nothing
I think you have an email from Linda for sure about
my God.
uh,
I
it's mostly just business stuff.
I pull out the business card that the Hive guy gave me, and
Yeah.
I kind of turn back to the green. So she does. I pull up my my Gmail account that I use when I'm like signing up for like stuff that I don't want to get emails from.
Mhm.
It's like catlover@yahoo.com or something.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. And I just return my bag, and I'm like, hey, do you live in a gold tent? Question mark. And I put it back.
Cool.
So where are we going? You gonna meet somebody cool? Yeah? I get it? Yeah?
She's like, I think you've already. No, she's like, we're the coolest guys here,
Hey.
and she looks at you and she's like, I go by Squall right now, Harold.
Squall. That's
Squall.
that's a cool name. I don't know this Henry guy you're talking about, but
She's like, right. I'm sorry, Frostbites.
that's right. You keep getting my name mixed up. Squall.
We're going
So-
to meet Ahura. Ahura.
Ahura. Okay. Not
Ahura?
Aurora.
Ahura, yeah.
Does she? Is she the black lady that answers the phone?
That's with the U.
Or is she the chick that marries Spock?
Okay.
Same one.
It's the same one. Anyway, that he doesn't actually ask that question. Not
Yeah.
he would actually ask not Aurora. Not she went with Aurora, not Aurora. That would be a better name. She should contact some advertising firm. I have a good advertisement firm that she might want to. I have their business card here.
Is it McGregor Industries or whatever? Awesome. So she looks at it and she's like, "Ah, Harold McGregor." And
Yeah, he's.
I don't know
guy.
what she does with it. I thought you didn't know this, Harold.
I know a Harold. I am Frostbite.
She's like, "Thank you for the card.
I am
Maybe-
always helping. Do you have any other cameras? We should get a picture. Here. Do you have a social media page? Here, I'll post on Twitter." And I pull out my cell phone.
Are you trying to post on Twitter or are you taking like a selfie?"
I'm gonna take a selfie with her.
She
Warmly accepts. It
coolly
does not turn my
declines.
phone into a block of ice. No, it'll be good. You gotta get some exposure. It gives the people hope. And really good advertising opportunities. You know? I bet these tents aren't cheap. Look at all this stuff in here.
She's like, "You'll understand more when we talk to the big guy. But for right
Aurora's
now,
not the guy?
he is."
Oh, it's a he. I thought it was a she. I
But-
still think his name should be Aurora.
Yes, well, that
But you
that
should talk
implies
to that
yes.
McGregor guy. He would know best. Not me. I'm just Frostbite.
She's like, "We will definitely consult his expert opinion." And
I smile. Give a thumbs up before walking a bit on my skates again.
as it is, we try to maintain a low profile. Very few
I-
people know who we are.
I met someone who had a similar issue earlier today.
She looks at you and she's just like, "This I wasn't aware of."
Shh! Don't tell nobody. It's a secret. Do you want their email? Here, I'll give you their email. 1 second. I don't have a pen. Do you have a pen? I'll get Linda to send you. It'll be fine.
When you ask her if she has a pen, you see her like lay out like a sheet of ice on her palm.
That's cool. That's not a pen. And, yeah. So that...
But yeah, okay. She's like, "I think we'll be able to find them."
So anyway, so when do we talk to Aurora?
Yeah. It's been a decently long elevator ride.
How high is this?
It's hard to tell in an elevator that violates the laws of space-time.
I would ask her.
You
What
how
floor are we on?
It's hard to tell in an elevator that violates the laws of space-time.
Then what? How did you know where to go?
She shrugs and is like, "It's always the highest button."
Because the DM told me. Okay,
Because I'm an NPC.
that's cool.
She's like, "His button's always the same."
Yeah.
And she points to it, and it's the only one on its row. It's the top row, and it's
Yeah.
It's got like sun rays surrounding it. It's actually like almost looks
That's
like
better.
a setting or a rising sun.
That's cool. So we know each other, right?
She says, I know a Harold McGregor,
I
and I knew a Frostbite.
Yeah, I'm Frostbite.
But
We
you
know
didn't
each other.
But you didn't know me.
I forget sometimes. I got hit on the head real hard by my enemy guy. Anyway, do I know Ahura?
She smirks and she's just, yes.
I
Yeah.
knew that. He's a cool guy, that guy. You know, sometimes we don't always agree, but he's alright. I was talking to him the other day, and I was like, hey, Ahura, you're alright, buddy.
Um,
But you should change your name. Go talk to this guy.
I would advise you not to tell him to change his name.
Okay,
He's quite fond of it.
I will remember this. Probably. So,
Yeah, when you make it to the top floor, and
what's it like?
um,
Just taupe, really. Just
yeah, it's
it's just a classic business
trying to-
hallway.
yeah, I mean it's definitely like an executive office, but I'm trying to figure out like this guy's tastes a little bit. It's
Morgan Freeman's just mopping the floor.
it's
and that's it.
old.
Oh,
It's he's got like old tastes. Like he's got pottery and stuff from like
when you say-
pre-Egypt and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. So this is like Sumerian or something.
Yeah.
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 This Apple stuff. Gotcha.
This river shit.
He's got
That's cool.
and like this he's got
Some
Persian
Gilgamesh
he's got
shit going
Persian
on.
rugs and stuff as well.
Yeah,
On
I recognize this. I know.
the walls. Yes.
You know,
and
the
this
funny
is
thing about Persian rugs is they all got a flaw in them. Did you know that? They all got it's called the Persian flaw. But you didn't know that. That's how you know it's a Persian rug. It's gotta have a Persian flaw. Because nobody's perfect.
she smiles and
Except for crest whitening, which will improve your smile to a perfect glow.
she's smiling and before she takes you see like what is clearly the doors for Ahura.
Sure.
Uh,
This big A.
Oh, they're just big and nice.
I gotcha.
You see, she takes you in through another set of much smaller doors, kind of off to the side.
Okay. We're not going to that one. We'll go to those later.
She's like, "We need to make a quick stop here first. He's going to
Okay.
be needed anyway." And
Sure.
she goes in there, and
I'm still wobbling around on my skates.
yeah, she calls out the name. I believe it's
I try to take a picture, a selfie by the doors, by the big ones,
mm-hmm.
and post it on my Twitter. Meeting a
Aw.
super cool guy.
I think it works. You can take
Yeah.
the picture, but it fails to post to Twitter.
Oh, that's disappointing.
I
must
think,
not have
I
no
think you have
Wi-Fi here.
incoming. I think you have incoming data, but not outgoing.
Oh, man. All right, maybe later.
So as she like herds you into this other room, and she calls out, "Caduceus, we got him. Well, we got it and him."
What? Huh?
And
Caduceus. You didn't tell me about Caduceus. Do I know Caduceus?
Frostbite knew Caduceus.
Oh yeah, Caduceus. Now that you mention it, I remember this guy.
Yeah,
He's kind of tall guy.
so like this
No.
12-year-old kid.
Yeah,
walks out.
but he's like really tall for a kid, and and
And
he's pretty friendly. He's gonna become something someday.
he's got
I'll tell you right now.
he's
Your
got
ass is in
glasses
so much trouble.
and
Because I'm talking to the gods of superhero-dom. Is that why?
Because
I
they
mean-
know.
Ahura, right? Ahura Mazda.
Someone started to Google, or maybe you might know
No,
Zoro.
I googled.
Zoroastrian, so yeah.
I thought it was the Star Trek character, and then I saw her in Mazda 2 when I googled.
I didn't Google. I'm content not knowing. That's fine.
But I didn't really
Anyways,
go there.
I
I
mean,
was
he's
cool
got
with
some
the Star
ancient.
Trek.
He's got some ancient Sumerian shit and stuff in his office, so he's probably like some elder god of superhero-dom.
And I'm
mean,
sure my
technically,
timing's
yes.
all off with the arrows and the
I mean,
religion.
Well, he could have collected it as he went.
It's pre-Islam, so you know.
Yes, yeah, I do know. I do know that. First appeared Darius first in Persia. Yes,
Yeah.
500 BC.
Nailed it. Darius the
Uh-huh.
First, yeah, nailed it.
Nailed it.
I knew Dar, and so she. So
was
yeah,
pretty
you
patched.
see this 12-year-old boy. He's got glasses and
What was his name again?
Caduceus.
Caduceus. Hey, Caduceus, buddy. How
For
you
the
doing,
rest
man?
for the rest of you who Google, it's the serpent staff
Okay.
that is the symbol of.
Oh, Caduceus.
Is it Caduceus?
Yeah,
It probably is Caduceus. It's Greek, huh?
Caduceus.
It's the
Yes.
Apollo's staff, right?
Yeah.
With the winged serpents and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. All right. Cool.
No, I'm checking something out.
No, I think no, that is Caduceus. Caduceus is Hermes' staff, right?
This is Hermes' staff.
Oh, then yeah, it would be Caduceus.
Yeah, no, it's
'Cause
Greek.
it's a
It totally
mistake,
makes sense
actually.
that it's Caduceus.
Okay.
It's not, they're written one way, but like all the vowels pretty much get pronounced.
Mm-hmm.
So hey, Caduceus, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
I like to imagine he's been saying Caduceus so far anyway.
Oh no, yeah, no, I totally made the common mistake. I am looking for Asclepius.
Oh yeah, you made the.
Yeah, the common mistake, the single. Especially because I'm creating
Yeah,
this
yeah,
guy.
yeah.
on
Oh,
the
yeah,
fly.
yeah,
There
yeah,
is
you're
no
looking-
prep
wait.
for this guy. I'm looking for Asclepius. This guy,
Yeah.
you are
Asclepius.
in a hospital of
Oh.
some fashion or another when you walk into
Oh,
this
so this
room.
is the real what it's supposed to be. It's actually a common mistake that's in medicine.
Yeah.
They actually
Yeah.
used to Caduceus, but they meant
Yeah.
Asclepius.
Yeah, as I'm reading the Wikipedia page to double check my name on the fly, I am looking for Asclepius.
Okay, hey Asclepius. How you doing, buddy? That's how you doing? Doing good?
You see
Long time no
Squall
see.
look at him and kind of roll her eyes and say,
Yeah.
he took a concentrated dose. We're not quite sure what the effects are. And
Yeah,
this kid is
there was
just
this
like,
guy, and he like hugged himself, and he exploded into green stuff. And I breathed it. I'm sorry. I breathed the man.
she looks back at Asclepius and is like, it really was quite heroic.
I know, right?
And so he's like, wow. So you saw it. You said he just exploded into this green stuff?
Yeah.
Wow,
He said
so-
a thing first, though.
Here. And he like runs
Oh,
up
Okay.
like really quickly.
Yeah. Okay. He snaps on a rubber glove and no, a latex glove and says "bend over." Is that where this is going?
Can you cough for
Man.
me?
Not again.
And sorry. And so yeah, he runs like right up to you, and I think he like tugs you down a little bit and like puts a hand right on your cheek.
Yeah.
And
Hey, buddy.
you can remove the moderate condition.
All right.
Ooh, that was bad.
Oh. What?
And,
Never mind.
Okay. All right. I removed my condition. I feel great again. Woo! That
and
was crazy. Did I say anything weird? Wait, where am I? Who are you people?
I think Squall looks at you and she's like, "We need to do this again." And she's like, "I'm Squall. This is Asclepius, and you're
I'm
an
just
Eden."
messing. I remember you guys.
And she's like, "Well, I didn't tell you where we were.
That's true. Where are we?
This is Eden."
I'm That's a good place to be, I guess. I mean, if I had to pick a place, I would say Eden is a strong place to pick. What is the, like, how much does land cost here? It must be pretty high. I mean, this is definitely, a residential. Yeah,
She's
this is
chuckling.
going to be pretty.
Asclepius has meanwhile run over to some stuff and pulled out some test tubes and various things.
Oh, that's
And
perfect. He's going to ask for all my fluids. Every one of them.
no, all you really see him do is he I think touches some petri dishes and this green growth just takes them over from
Oh.
what he touches.
That's cool. He's got
And-
some super fast, some time speed stuff. That's cool.
And he looks to what's her name?
Squall.
Squall, and he says, "You take him in. I need a few minutes, but I'll be in soon to talk to you guys about what I see here."
Okay, so where are we again? I know we're in Eden. I mean, obviously, but what? I mean, obviously, okay, listen, I have to tell you something, Squall. Are you ready?
Yes, sir. I mean frostbites.
I'm not the real Frostbite.
Gasp. No, she's just. Yes. Did we ever find out who took down the real frostbites? Did you ever have
No,
an
I
idea for
never,
that?
I never wrote anything. Whoever
I-
his nemesis would be, if you
I
want
don't
to make
think
that.
I've ever quite looked.
Somebody who will come into play later. I'm
Yeah,
assuming.
some guy who's obviously gonna violently punch me in the face repeatedly.
Let me come up with
Probably
another
every-
hero on the fly and mix up the ancient symbol that he's drawn from.
Ice gods. Well, no, not ice
What,
gods.
what are the just typical nemesis for my legacy? Heroes aren't the only ones to inherit their powers from those who came before. The pretender, someone else was in line to be the next hero, and it wasn't you. Far as-
Maybe that should be it.
that's a good suggested foe, but that doesn't make sense for the guy who took down, unless he wanted his spot. But
I do like the idea that there's another guy though. That's just
It's supposed
who's
to
like
be
I'm the
frostbite.
real Frostbite.
I'm definitely
Damn
holding on to that, but not for right now.
Oh shit. No, I'm the real Frostbite. You understand?
I'm the one
He
with the
goes to
crystal
all
in my
meetings.
chest.
Listen, I have a cool crystal, okay? I mean,
She's like, we're aware there was an ambush, and Frostbite, he perished in the attempt, and his powers made their way to you. And, well, you've been trying your best with them, and I've been trying to help you. And I think at this point she
opens the doors.
well right before she does that she she's taken her hood off, but she changes her hair color back and I think removes a lot of stuff that was on her face. Yeah, it's no longer like the start thing like platinum blonde.
Mm-hmm.
And you recognize her as Madison,
Oh.
the girl from the skating rink.
Oh, hey! Maddie!
She's like, "Hello,
You're
Harold.
really good at skating.
I have my reasons, and don't worry. I'm sure you'll figure it out too."
That's the spirit. We can do this. So, let's go meet this Uhura guy.
Yes.
What do y'all do exactly?
You're about
Yeah,
to
so
find
yes.
out, and the
I've
door's
seen a
open.
lot of crazy stuff lately.
Let's cut to when Demos gets back from his from his tail.
Just as the doors cracked open.
Just as the doors crack open. We may or may not get in them today. We'll see. I do know what's going on in there. That is not something I'm making up on the fly. Yeah, so Demos, you make it back after about an hour. It's actually about the same time that the guy that well, really, the two of them. I'll give you. This. So you've secured both of these guys and have been interrogating them, but they've mostly been stonewalled. So I think they're kind of just like handcuffed somewhere
Hmm.
and kind of just left to sit. And you guys are like free to go talk to them and stuff if you want, but they're not giving you too much. And while like the only reason they're still there is because like there's other bigger things going on and no one's had time to take them in.
Yeah, I'm like sitting there, just like kind of nervously waiting for Demos because I kind of want to get home. But
Yeah, it's about it's about 5 o'clock or so.
yeah.
And Demos, how do you? This is where you come back. How do you make your reappearance?
Well, I reappear and I go over to Scorpio and I tell him that I was able to track one of the guys one of the Ouroboros guys, back to a safe house of some sort where he's laying low, and that I'm probably going to put some sort of stakeout on it over the next couple, 30 hours and see where those leads can go. In the meantime, have you got any info out of these two yet? And I gesture to the two guys in cuffs over sitting on the ground somewhere.
We haven't been able to get anything. Look, I'm glad you're back, and let me know how that whole stakeout thing goes, but I really gotta go. Talk to Mind Mage, he can fill you in on everything, but I gotta run. I'll see you guys.
Alright.
You can contact
And
me
I do have
whenever.
you got your cell phone number, right? So we can call you if I need you.
Cell phone, email, that kind of thing.
Alright, well, get home sick, kid.
Alright, I'll see ya. And then I'm gonna take off, and I think like the buses are like still pretty clogged up and shut down. So I'm gonna get to like an earthy area that I can like burrow into and try and like make a little tunnel home.
Seems useful.
And this is me starting to work on unlocking the move. What's it called? Back of my hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Like starting a tunnel network, basically.
Do you like take part in like the subways and stuff?
No, I try and stay like out of that as much as I can. Like I'm sure there might be some that like intersect with a sewer or something, but like I'll try to go around them as much as I can.
Awesome. Yeah, so I think you head home. I imagine you change and stuff. You probably, I don't know, you probably make it home like 5:30, 45-ish. I'm sure you change and stuff before you go home. And your mom just hugs you, like, as soon as you walk in the door, pretty much, nice and tight. She's like, I was so worried about you.
Yeah. I mean,
She's like,
I was very young when 9/11 happened, but to make the comparison, it's kind of like when I went home after Sandy Hook. Yeah.
yeah.
Because that was totally a thing. But yeah, anyway. Family stuff.
She just says, I don't want you. It's like, that school year should be canceled tomorrow. But even if it's not, I don't want you going. Just not tomorrow. You'll have the day off.
Alright. If that's what you want. You won't hear any complaining from me.
Just too many close calls.
Yeah.
And, cool.
I'm sure there are some other Bond things you're going to bring up with me tomorrow, too. So, yay. But anyway, I think that's all for me right now.
Cool. Demos, do you get Mind Mage in on your stakeouts?
Yeah, I'll let him know what's going on. I ask if he wants to join. But I'm gonna head over. I'm gonna head back over there pretty soon. That way, I don't have a chance of missing anything.
Yeah. Do you join?
Hey, you wanna
Yeah,
come,
my
Mind
mage
Mage?
will go with him.
All right.
Yeah.
I think Demos will probably like spot out like I think he opens up like a rooftop staircase or something on like the building across the street for you.
Yeah.
So that way you have like a good vantage points. And,
Sounds easy enough. I just kind of go up there and then open it up from the inside.
Yeah, exactly. So what do you do, Demos? Once you're back there to stake this guy out.
All right. I am actually gonna. I actually want to go inside the safe house a little bit. You know, like actually
Yeah.
inside the walls of it. And I'm just looking for if he's got like alternate exits other than the front door. That way I can mark those and at least keep an eye on them. If I can't keep an eye on all three, or I'm not sure how many there are. How many alternative exits do you want there to be?
From his apartment?
Yeah, or from wherever he's hiding right now.
Yeah, no.
Does he only have
there's
one
just
way out, or
there's
has he got
there's
two
a
ways
fire escape and there's his front door.
All right. Well, then I'm going to place myself in his front door. That way I can tell when it opens.
Yeah.
And I guess I'll lead, and Mind Mage is in position to look at the fire escape.
And I'm sorry, I did get a bit distracted and something caught my attention. Did you like were you trying to find him in this building in his room? Like were you putting yourself out there to where you could sense?
No, all I'm doing is I'm sitting in the door, and that way I'll know if it opens. I can still be in my dormant state, but I'll know if the door opens.
Okay.
And then I guess Mind Mage is just watching the fire escape, and we're doing a stakeout.
Cool. I think this will be another gather intel. Because you guys are in places where you shouldn't be, so it's another one for maneuver. And we'll do Mind Mage is helping.
When?
So Mind Mage, you'll roll 2d6 plus 1 to help Demos on his stakeouts.
Okay.
Mind Mage is a very helpful person.
And I'm just rolling to gather intel, 2d6 plus my maneuver.
Yeah. I was thinking you guys could go about that whole, like, 6 Order of Ouroboros guys very differently. With, like, Mind Mage kind of, like, quietly walking through the crowd next to each one and just having, like, Demos pop out of the ground and grab them. But I'm sure it wouldn't have gone like that once rolls got involved. So.
I'm sure.
Yeah, because I think we failed the first roll, and that's kind of where shit hit the fan.
It's true, you
Yeah.
did.
Yeah,
Well, it was
so
a
that's
double
where-
roll
yeah.
because you needed to defy danger and get there in time because like
Mm-hmm.
you were kind of just running at them.
right, and I think that's where it really happened was I think he failed the first roll, and so he got noticed, and that's when it happened. Because otherwise he could have just taken that guy down and we could have moved through them. But,
Yeah.
yeah.
The chain reaction gets started up.
Yeah. The dice gods decided quiet was not the way we were going to go.
Yes, they did. So
So
yeah.
I'm going to roll that.
Well,
gather
first
intel.
have Mind Mage roll to help.
Oh, okay.
Okay, should be rolling dice now. Jesus.
And what is 8 or interfere on a 7? Choose one. Okay. But there's an obstacle to overcome first. You also expose yourself to danger, retribution, and you an ugly choice.
You take-
Interesting.
Hmm.
So yeah. So yeah, I guess you get to choose one from that list.
I'm gonna choose the last one. They take a +1 2 forward.
Okay.
I'm
And
guessing it's got a 7 and 9. That means a 1 forward.
yeah, it's +1 forward or -2 if you're acting against them.
Okay, I definitely don't want to give a -2. So
Yeah. Oh no, sorry. It's take a +1 or 2 forward. Yeah, so
You can just
2
give him a
forward
plus
would
2.
be
Yeah.
no 2 forward would be in the future. So you can give him a +1 on this immediate roll that you're helping, or you can just kind of help in a general sense and give him 2 +1s at a later course.
okay.
And just kind of like use them as a hold almost.
It's the thing with that is you get a bonus one at the expense of like knowing if you'll exactly have an opportunity to use it, and maybe passing up the opportunity where you need to give it to them right now. There's like the opportunity cost of that one. You have the opportunity cost of their immediate roll to get the bonus one. So yeah, you get to roll with a +1, Demos, so it's +3 overall.
All right. I'm rolling now.
So I think here's the deal. You guys are waiting, and you're waiting, and you're waiting, and there's nothing. Nothing in the apartment, and I don't think there's been anyone in it the whole time you've been here. And I don't know if you get out to explore, maybe Demos, or what, but it depends on how long his patience really is. But at least after 8 hours, there's still nothing, and
All right. Well, then I guess I suppose I should take an eye through the door to see if there's actually somebody in the apartment or not.
you can't see anyone from there, and as you further explore the apartments, yeah, there's no one in it. And but you can look around. But you can look around his apartment rather freely now.
All right. So then, can I do an examine roll for his apartment? And
Yeah, sounds reasonable.
all right. So roll and investigate. It's a 2d6 plus investigate. My investigate's a 1. I want to say. Yes, it is. All right.
Snake eyes.
Yeah. You you're
Trip the
look
burglary alarm.
no, you're looking through his computer, and and you it's completely wiped clean, and the only thing on it is a cryptic image Well, I don't even know if it's that cryptic. It's grungy, right? It's like stereotypically like kind of like terrorist message. Like think like Iron Man 3 type deal where it's kind of like pixelated and like composite. And it's set to remote upload this image and like send out emails with it to every major news site. So what it's like now 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, what's the image of?
Yeah, sorry. Well, it's being set to. This is the more important thing I think is the time is for 3:52 the next day
In the afternoon?
in the afternoon. So a little over 12 hours.
Yeah, I got like 13
And
hours.
the image is for the most part an Ouroboros, and all it says is the sky and sea were once sisters.
Okay. Snap a quick cell phone pic of potato quality image. And I guess I go back. After that, I leave the apartment and go tell Mind Mage that there was nobody there. We were sort of wasting our time, and that I found this image that is set to be sent out to all these major news networks at 3:52 tomorrow.
Yeah. As you make your way, well, how do you get back to the rooftop that Mind Mage is on?
I'm gonna go the quick way because I'm done wasting more time. So I go back through pavement and up through other building.
Yeah, so you just go up like the facade.
Yeah.
Cool. While you're telling him all of that, 4 gunmen bust through the door.
To where?
To the rooftop.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. And I think that's probably. Probably don't want to get into that fight with you guys. I think we'll try to get one more
Yeah,
scene
that'll take a
with
while.
what Harold's up to. And
Works for me.
Eden. With him meeting Ahura before we call it a sesh.
Sounds good.
Works for me.
So
So the doors fly open, and what do we see? Through my McGregor eyes, I see.
blinding white lights. No, it's
Oh, damn.
it's not heavenly in that
Told
sense.
me it was. You said it wasn't Jesus. Okay.
I did say he wasn't Jesus.
It's
So, what do we see?
Zoroastrian God.
Yeah, he's the God from before Christianity.
Hey.
That was the good God before Satan.
I get it.
But
Gotcha.
it's just a name.
So what's he doing? He's like petting his cat or making a quilt,
He's
playing Angry Birds.
yeah. I think he's probably doing like he's got like probably like a sand garden.
Oh, okay.
Kind of a
Raking
large
it?
one. And yeah,
Nice.
he's raking it and kind of, I think, stacking some stones and just kind of arranging it when you come in.
Sure. Is he like physically stacking the stones, or is he stacking them with his mind?
He is physically stacking the stones.
So I walk in. Does Maddie walk in with me?
Yes, she does.
All right. I'm gonna let her do the talking. I'll let her take the lead on this one.
Yeah, I think she just introduces you two, and she just goes, Ahura, this is our frostbite. She's like, frostbite? Ahura Mazda.
All right. So, is there like a walkway or something between his massive sand garden?
So the sand garden is, you're mainly in like another type of executive office, right? And
Yeah.
It's actually just off to one side,
Oh, okay.
and there's like some paths around it. Um, he is on the other side of it from you, but he starts making his way towards you as you come in.
I go to shake his hand.
Yeah, he is an old man.
Mhm.
And he is probably Persian, or Iranian, or he's from that region.
Yeah. Persian
Um,
character.
Yeah, and he has long black hair
Mm-hmm.
that has been mostly braided, and he's got a beard as well.
Mm.
And he's like, Frostbite, it is a pleasure to meet you. Your predecessor was a good friend of ours here.
My good old Harold. He sort of nods and goes, and I'm real sorry about what happened to the original Frostbite. So might I ask what is here? I mean, I'm told it's Eden, but I mean, this is a pretty advanced complex.
Yeah, and you see him definitely glance at Squall, and she kind of shrugs, and he's like, "This is, well, we're the transdimensional meta-humanity contingent."
Oh, sure. Yeah. Okay. What does that mean in a more direct sense to the people who live on Earth?
Very little, which is
Great.
why we're here. We
Okay.
are on, I suppose the best way to describe it is Earth in an alternate timeline, one where humanity never evolved.
Okay, but what are you guys doing here?
Well, this is our safe house.
Oh. Well, it's a good one, I would say. Probably pretty safe.
Quite. We've been here for a long time.
Who is we?
Well, at first it was me and a few others, and we've grown over time, adding more and more of our kind to these ranks.
Y'all have like a cool name or
Oh yes, there are a lot of us.
as a group? Y'all have like a cool name, like
The
Pantheon.
transdimensional meta-humanity contingent.
Listen, now I'm not an expert on transdimensional metahumans, but I think if we really put our heads together, I think we can come up with a very good name that's going to be a lot more marketable.
Our goal is not to be marketable.
Well, I mean, but you underestimate the value of having a powerful name, right? It inspires confidence in those beneath you, right? In those following,
The people here have confidence in what we do.
Okay. All right.
I appreciate your concern, and we are aware of your talents in these matters.
I try to slip in my card.
He takes it, says, "Yes, of course, thank you."
No
I
problem.
wasn't-
If you need,
He looks at you and he's like, "I wasn't sure how we'd get in touch otherwise."
but okay, right. Transdimensional. Okay, all right.
As you notice, we've been interested in you for, well, as long as you've had that. And he points towards your crystal.
Yeah, this has really had an effect on my
my social life. I'm going to tell you right now. Like, long gone are the days of sunbathing by the pool. I mean, this is really. So do you guys want it back? Or...
He says, it's not an easy burden that we bear. That is one of the reasons that I escaped here in the first place, was the persecution that me and my brothers faced by people different from us.
I see. Well, Aurora, not Aurora. I look over at Squall, kind of shrug a little, and I say, let's. I think we should put our cards on the table, friend. You're clearly a straightforward, honest guy with powers that seem to dwarf gods. What exactly am I doing here?
Your predecessor was an ally of ours. And he was not one of us directly. We relied on him to help the people of your world. And he was a good friend to have in that sense. We believe that
Okay. I looked over at
You-
pretty close. Okay.
he says that we believe that
What's up?
with practice and the right guiding that you can be an even better ally.
What? Okay, so ally. Like, what are we talking about here? I mean, is there like a what's the contract look like, if you will? What are we allied against? Let's say, unfair prices, plaque, gingivitis. I can get behind those.
He says the forces that aim to destroy us all. And
Oh, those.
yes, those. There's an image of Jormungandr appears on the wall kind of behind him. And I don't think I've actually described him for you, and this is something I've like really wanted to do. Since I got a clear image of him in my head. It's
Break it down for me.
it's the clip
It's a
that was
picture.
shot from probably a helicopter or something of him attacking New York City. And we see this head rising out and
Over POV. Gotcha.
it's looming over Manhattan and feels comparable in size. And it goes to takes a deep breath. Onyxia takes a deep breath. And as it does, all these it's
Run to the
scaly, almost crystalline portions of its entire head. They expand outward and to where there's gaps in between them, and this energy, this bright white energy, is bursting through them, almost as it's barely being constrained by the head of this great beast.
I see.
And then all of a sudden, the head snaps back into its shape, and the blast is released. And that's kind of the end of Long Island. And so that video plays as he says, yes, the forces that aim to destroy us all.
I'm going to be honest with you, pal. I'm kind of new to this superhero thing, but that seems like something more in a trans-dimensional, meta-human sort of league. I kind of like to, do fundraisers, maybe a charity walk. I'm going to try and get an on-ice event we're going to have. It's a good show. Maddie's been practicing with me. I think that's really where I can do some good.
for there's a lot of hand motions at this point for the community as a whole.
He says
That I think is more your realm of authority.
he says, of course you're right. The beast is far bigger than any of us. None of us can hope to tame it or reel it in.
Oh,
At least
we
not.
just moved to Eden now.
At least not alone. But it's in your Earth right now. And we don't know why. And we don't know why it's there. And it's only beginning to flex its muscles.
Okay. Well, just passing curiosity. Do you guys know anything about the Ouroboros religion? I guess one would say. You know, occult is such a it's so many connotations. I won't pretend to know.
He goes, yes, the Order of Ouroboros. They're believers in the serpent, worshippers of his power and destruction. They believe that perhaps he is there to purge humanity for their sins.
Well, he'll do it.
And
So
they're
the whole
helping him.
sky and what was it? Sea were once sisters.
He
Is that like the catchphrase?
He's looking at-
I mean,
he's
it's
like-
great. Don't get me wrong.
What
That's
did you
strong
say?
brand. Oh, the sea and the sky were once sisters, and then they'll flow across the plains of existence or something. It was really catchy. when
where
the
did
guy
you hear
said-
that?
There was this guy in the crowd, and right before I inhaled him, he said that, and then turned himself into a poison, that of which that lovely gentleman cured me of, which
Yes.
I'm most grateful for, by the way.
Yes, and I believe he'll be able to tell us exactly what that was soon. Tell me,
You got it.
what do you know of, and I'm retconning real quick,
Okay, I know all about it.
Kuchudoshi, which is how you say the floating city in Japanese.
Oh, Fudoshi.
Because
Gotcha.
it doesn't make sense for them to call it.
New Tokyo.
The floating city.
Yeah, so Kuchidoshi. I had to ask my friend who speaks Japanese. I also
Oh.
have characters, but... And so that's what he asks. He was like, what do you know of Kuchudoshi?
I know that after Japan suffered some natural catastrophes, similar to what you showed me on that fine projection you'll have there, which, by the way, we could sell for. I mean, I could really do great marketing for that if you really want to move that kind of product. I really know how to really. I mean, electronics is where I got my start.
Have you
I
seen
really
my
think-
rugs?
Look, they're great rugs, but there's. I'm sure there's. I mean, this is a great place, but I mean, there's always. There's always that thrill, and furthermore, we want to expand human horizons, and I personally feel that this sort of entertainment system could really aid humanity in sort of, enjoying themselves in a fuller sense. And, I think we can all agree with that. And furthermore, I certainly don't have any rugs like those.
Perhaps you are right, Harold McGregor.
Anyway, that's the floating city.
Yes.
That's the big one that they built. I don't really know how it works. I know it kind of floats around the Earth at a somewhat sporadic fashion. I assume I know that's what he means by Kuchidoshi, right?
Yes, yeah. You definitely know it by that name.
Yeah. Some of my foreign
No one
contacts.
calls it the floating city. It's always just been called Kuchudoshi.
Oh, okay. So Kuchidoshi, it's the floating city. My understanding is that it was built somewhere around and after,
the forces that of which you speak of just removed the mainland Japan.
And his image switches to Uchidoshi, and we see it's an entirely artificial construct. It's not like they took a landmass and lifted it out of the ground, like Dalaran or something.
Yeah,
Um,
they built this thing.
it's entirely artificial, and it is just it's all high rises, right? And they get
Right.
bigger as the further in you go.
Much like Japan.
It is. It looks like
Or
a
to
tiny
accommodate
slice
a
of
sphere
Coruscant.
covering it.
Is what it looks like.
Sure.
Wait, it looks like a what?
A tiny slice of Coruscant.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
So,
just
like,
dense
wait, hold on.
metropolis.
It's got the the buildings get higher towards the center as like it's like fitting inside a dome of some sort, like that sort of thing. Because the ones on the edges couldn't be as tall.
It could just be that these are the first ones built, and they're more valuable real estate.
I think it's really to take advantage of the fact and give as much opportunity to have not closed in space as possible.
Okay, makes sense.
Sure.
Yeah.
Give everybody a view.
I mean, lots of people don't get a views, but it's to maximize the amounts of rooms
Yeah.
that do.
I gotcha. So what is Ahura? What's he going to break down for me? You going to spit some wisdom?
No, he
Drop some science?
so you mentioned you dropped the line of the sky and sea were once sisters, right?
Yes.
And so he's just like he hadn't heard that before, and he's like,
He's heard them all.
so he's like, even we here, we do not know how he accomplished this.
Mm-hmm. And I imagine by he means the head of the
Mm-hmm.
of Mega Core.
Yes.
Generabushi, I believe his name was.
Ishibashi, yeah.
Ishibashi.
It's he's just he spends some he's like definitely quiet for a little while, and he's contemplative. He probably strokes his beard. Actually, that's probably something he does.
Yeah.
Is it a
I kind of
glorious
rock on my
beard?
heels.
It's not a huge beard, but it's not a small beard
Right.
either,
It's like a sea captain
It-
beard.
and it's certainly full.
I'm very well kept.
Yes, it is well
I
kept.
sort
And
of
just-
rock on my heels a little bit, sort of sway back and forth. I look over at Maddie and I just kind of shrug. I don't know what's going on.
And he's like, perhaps we now know a bit more of what this serpent is.
Okay. Glad to help. Hey. That's what I'm here for.
Yes. I think we probably end the session there. There's going to be more he wants to talk to you about. Lighthearted, more stuff. We've got to get
Yeah, but we've got some
in there.
cliffhangers already.
Yeah.
Set up for
Yeah.
the next session.
I
I got a gun battle to deal with.
You do have a gun battle to deal with.
Yeah, I think I got the most peaceful little resolution there.
You guys both failed your rolls.
No, I always
Oh, God, yeah.
Dimensional plane.
I was gonna say I've
They know where
been
you live.
RNGesus was
Or,
very
no,
much
he
on
didn't-
my
he
side
didn't-
this session.
Mind Mage didn't fail his roll, but he didn't take the take no harm in the doing or option or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And so those two
And
together
also,
kind
I
of
should have
set it up for this.
known.
Yeah,
that
you
as soon
avoid
as you said, "Oh, you take them up to the rooftop," I should have been like, "No, no rooftop." I should have immediately realized my mistake.
No, he totally would have been fine if you guys made your rolls.
There you go.
That's the point, though. You gotta prepare for this sort of stuff.
You also could have gone back up through the staircase and noticed those guys and ambushed them. That's specifically why I asked how you got back to the roof.
Well, I've already got a plan how to deal with them.
Good.
Good.
You wouldn't be.
I just gotta make my roll now.
Yeah.
Were you just waiting for me to fail any roll for me to get kidnapped?
No. So I was looking through the moves and trying to fit one that worked. Because nothing made sense in that situation, and then I saw separate them, and I'm like, well, that's kind of interesting, and I've been really wanting to introduce this faction.
I gotcha.
Well,
they seem friendly.
Because they're a major player,
Well, friendly
Yeah.
might not be the right word.
I mean,
powerful and rich, and they don't.
those are good things.
They
Those
don't
sound like good friends to
dislike-
have.
McGregor, yeah, McGregor.
I could use one of those rugs.
I mean,
Let me
yeah,
tell ya.
this is one of those situations where RNG's is frowning upon you didn't turn out too badly.
That's
No.
okay.
You're just supposed to make the moves.
Was I supposed to condense the poison smog?
I mean, that was a great way to deal with it. I wouldn't have thought
God,
of it.
I had no idea what I was doing there either. Oh yeah, that seemed like the obvious thing for me once I kind of had the guy explode into the frozen mist. Was that seemed like the natural way for you to take it out. But I didn't have him explode into mist with the idea that you would condense it. That was just, oh God, what's he going to do when you failed your roll to get there in time? And
Explode.
yeah, I think
Whatever.
I think the move.
It's all Maddie's fault. I mean, we can all agree on that. I mean, there are no such thing as bad students, only bad teachers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the attack someone directly move for the Order of Ouroboros organization.
Yeah.
When you
It's an
said-
aggressive move. It's a very all-in maneuver.
Yes.
I mean, you committed when you play that card.
Yeah. So, yeah, their plan is probably developing faster than I anticipated.
Well, guys,
And now I
combat
have to figure
smiled
out
upon
what
me. Combat smiled upon me
Yeah.
this session, but don't worry. As soon as I have an important social role, I'm gonna do double ones. It happens in every game I play.
Just try to read
That's
nobody.
good.
Oh God.
I can't believe how consistently we failed at reading nobody over our entire campaign.
I know. It's ridiculous. So we have an NPC named Nobody in our Apocalypse World campaign, right?
And he's just a brick wall.
She's super snarky, right? And people always want to read her to figure out what she's feeling, and nobody has ever successfully read her.
Yeah, we've missed the read a person move,
Well, she's-
which is the
He's
exact move.
obviously
I missed.
Arya Stark. There you go. I
Yeah.
solved the puzzle over.
It's just amazing how consistently we failed that move.
Um,
Anyway, I don't think there's end of session stuff for
Yeah.
this game.
So I think real quick we'll say good night to the stream.
Oh
and
yes,
then-
the stream.
Oh wait, hold on. I have an idea. I'm not sure
Oop.
if we actually talked about it formally yet.
Okay.
Me and Seth were talking about the belief in
Oh,
Oh,
yes,
yeah,
yes.
those are
I did
fun.
throw that out there with you.
instinct.
Yes, I asked
Whatever
you in
it was.
particular to make the
Yeah.
goals because the other three were a bit more clear to me what their goals were. But it's a system from Burning Wheel that is interesting in just rewarding the players for kind of getting their characters into trouble, and
It also gives you an idea of what your character's gonna do when you're kind of at a loss.
yeah, I think so. There's the three ideas of beliefs, instincts, and goals, and it's a fun way to kind of define characters. If it's something we wanted to implement, they'd be things you think of. Instincts are things you do just automatically, and it can be stuff that keeps you safe from DM fiat. There's one example of that today where no one said they secured the second hostage. And I kind of the police
Well,
officers and stuff would have taken care of
I
that
mean,
for sure.
that's what I was implying when I went to secure the first one.
Yeah, and I ruled in your favor,
Right.
but I kind of could have had him explode as soon as the paralytic wore off.
Right, you could have,
Mhm.
but it just wouldn't. I think it wouldn't have made a lot of sense in that situation
Yeah.
specifically because I told the police about them.
Yes. And so,
That was me.
and you're
covering
always free to
myself.
argue that.
Yeah, that was just me
Yeah.
covering. That was specifically why I did that, was to cover myself.
But
And like, I mean, like for an instinct, because I mean, I was thinking about it after we talked about it, and like, I mean, like for Demos, like he wouldn't ever leave his, domicile without his gun and like whatever other kind of like survival, his like whatever other stuff he walks out with like all the time. He's always carrying a gun. He's always ready
Yeah.
with, so that way I don't have to be like, oh wait, do I have my gun on me? That sort of thing.
yeah, but like, so the things about instincts is they can protect you in that sense, but they can also get you in trouble. If your instinct is to
Hide in a wall when
def-
trouble happens.
yeah, or defend a friend is a good one. If like someone insults your friend and now you've got the instinct. Well, my instinct is to defend a friend, so now maybe you're fighting this guy who just insulted your buddy.
And if you maybe don't have the best control of your powers and it's a regular person, uh-oh.
So beliefs are more, I believe this, so I do this, and they can be about other characters. And I think we'll probably want to just talk about it more next session if we do decide this is something we want to do, but it's something out there that maybe you can be thinking about.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to bring it up that way.
Yeah.
We could, think about what your character's maybe beliefs, goals, and instincts would be if we do decide to implement.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
so
and-
goals would then be something that your character wants to do, obviously, and you want goals that can be accomplished. And so anytime acting in your belief, in line with your beliefs, instincts, or goals would lead to you getting in trouble in some way or another, I would probably award you one of the achievement points, which are one of the ways they're like the currency that you spend to upgrade your character.
And-
Over the you can buy stats with them and more bonds with them and upgrade moves with them.
And something that I try to do with my beliefs, but I don't think you necessarily have to, but it might help, is like whenever I write a belief, I usually write like some kind of action associated with it.
Yeah, that's I think the format they're given in the Burning Wheel is I believe
Right.
this, so I do this.
Yeah, and so like if this happens, then I do this because of this belief or something like that. Yeah. Even though instincts are usually more the if-thens, it can come up in beliefs.
So that's just something good to think about. It's a really cool system from Burning Wheel. Burning Wheel does it really, really well and uses it to really drive like this character-driven game to be all like very, very interesting and rewarding as the players for seeking out conflict, which I think the Powered by the Apocalypse games all try to do as well. So yeah, that's something out there that you can think about. They certainly can help you define your characters too, so that way you're like, God, what would I do right now? And then you can kind of just defer. It's like, well, I have my beliefs, instincts, and goals, and do these answer that question? I don't know, maybe. Beyond that, I'm not sure if there's anything else we still need to do. Do we still need that in the stream?
Yeah. So I think we'll like talk more about that out of session. But
Yeah.
thanks for
We can
anyone.
chat about it on the Skype and stuff.
Yeah. So thanks to anyone who showed up to watch our first week of Worlds in Peril. This is something we're going to be playing on Thursday nights at 7:30 Eastern. We're still kind of working out the time, but And if you're watching on YouTube, cool. These will go up to YouTube. I have a link on my Twitch channel if you want to go see that. And thanks for watching. We'll see you next week.